Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, students, friends, foes, welcome on behalf of the Reconnect Consortium. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to the last day of our last conference, the final Reconnect conference, which also marks the end of the 4-year Reconnect project. I'm sure most of you know that this is the third day, meaning that we have had 2 earlier days, which took place online and which focused on rule of law on Tuesday, on democracy yesterday. And now for our final day, we can finally meet in person. It is such a delight to see you in person. Here in this, let's admit it, classy Fondation Universitaire, a place with really a great history. You should watch around, look a little bit at those very, decent portraits, all the things that you find here. It's a place with a lot of history, but also very symbolical for us because it's a place about academic cooperation. And that's what we have done as part of our Reconnect project. The first 2 days, as I said, were dedicated to discussing respectively rule of law and democracies, the 2 values that lie at the heart of this project. And today we even focus more on the interconnection and what those values mean for the future of the European Union. We do that in light, of course, of our research findings, but also from perspectives and observations from some of the very prominent speakers that we have in today's program, such as Commissioner and Vice President of the Commission, Dubravka Šuica, the President of the General Court, Mark van der Woude, who we very honored that he is with us in person today, Professor Daniel Thomas from Leiden University, and last but not least also Honorary President of the European Council, Herman Count van Rompuy, to name just a few. For the last time, I shall briefly introduce the Reconnect project to you. I'm sure most of you are totally fed up with that brief summary, but simply to state what we have done in the past 4 years. Reconnect, the acronym stands for Reconciling Europe with its citizens through democracy and the rule of law, is still a 4-year multidisciplinary Horizon 2020 research project, launched 1st of May 2018 in the Middle Ages. And over the past 4 years, we have brought together 18 partner institutions from 14 different countries. I had and have the honor, burden, duty, pleasure of being the overall coordinator of that project. And what did we aim to do? We aimed to understand and provide solutions to the challenges faced by the European Union with an explicit focus on strengthening the European Union's connections to its citizens through democracy and the rule of law. We also sought to build a new narrative for Europe, a new narrative for the future of European integration, enabling the EU hopefully to become better attuned to the expectations of its citizens. It's a great document and it will be presented to you today. Now, why is there that big disconnect between citizens and the European Union? Without going too much into detail here, because that's a very broad question, let me again highlight that it has to do with especially a number of successive crises in the past couple of years in which the EU has not been able to convince citizens that it is able to offer efficient but also fair solutions. Remember, the financial crisis since 2008, the Eurozone sovereign debt crisis, the migration crisis, the Brexit affair, COVID-19, and now, at the end of our project, the security crisis following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And then there has been all the backsliding in terms of rule of law and democratic backsliding in some of our member states that has been going on sometimes for more than 10 years in the meantime. And so in those past 4 years, we have taken a multidisciplinary, a multifaceted approach to those issues, analyzing the concepts of democracy and rule of law at the European Union level, at the member states level. Also looking at it through multiple dimensions, 3 distinct units of analysis, as we say, principles, practices, and also perceptions of citizens. And we have shared our insights and recommendations that were distilled from our research results in the past 2 days, and all of these things are in the meantime online. But that brings me to the essential question. How can the EU reconnect with its citizens? And our working hypothesis throughout the whole project has been that for this to happen, the Union must give proof that it is serious about upholding its own foundational values. If the Union cannot put in practice the values upon which it has been founded, including democracy, the rule of law, but also the other values listed in Article 2 of the EU Treaty, as you know, justice, human dignity, human rights, solidarity, pluralism, tolerance, non-discrimination, equality between women and men, and if the Union is not able to ensure that its member states respect those values, then we really have a serious problem. And this is why we have developed multiple policy and treaty change recommendations as well. And we have also spent, as I said, the last year in developing this new narrative for European integration with the aim of reconnecting European governance and citizens' preferences and delivering on their aspirations for justice and solidarity. Okay, so you already know that there are these two big documents which we're going to present to you today. One that consolidates all the policy recommendations and recommendations for treaty changes. I'm aware that when I say treaty change recommendations, some people will say, hey, changes for the treaties, who's going to do that? But still, we have developed it based upon our research findings, and then, of course, the very important new narrative for a European integration that is fit for the 21st century. In the heart of that new narrative, we think there is a firm place for democracy and rule of law and the other fundamental values of the European Union. You have, besides, in your documentation, a little booklet to which we're going to refer because it basically has an excerpt of the main part, the most important part of the new narrative, and also the 30 recommendations, yes, it's a nice figure, 30 final recommendations, policy recommendations, recommendations for treaty changes that we have developed and to which we're going to refer in a few minutes. But allow me first to give you a brief kind of guide through the program this afternoon. A very dense and packed program. We'll do very strict time management. And we're very grateful that we have received a video address by the Commission Vice President and Vice Chair of the Conference on the Future of Europe, Dubravka Šuica. After her address, my Reconnect colleague and friend Paul Blocker and I will present those two things, the new narrative and the policy and treaty change recommendations. And then we are delighted that we will have the President of the General Court of the EU, Mark van der Woude, with his intervention on the rule of law in Europe, demands and challenges for the European judiciary. And to link back to a more democratic perspective, we will hear from Professor Daniel Thomas about the challenge and the importance of liberal democratic values for the EU's future. After those two interventions, we will enjoy a presentation of the legacy, because we're meant to leave something behind, a legacy of the Reconnect project, and all the ways in which you all can stay reconnected and connected to the project after today. We'll have a coffee break, yes, and after that break, we will get to listen to a very rich panel of Reconnect researchers and external voices who will debate a roadmap for rebuilding citizens' trust. And we close the final day of our conference on a very high note with the closing keynote of Herman Count van Rompuy, the President Emeritus of the European Council. And after that full day of interventions and insights, we will be very happy to welcome you to a reception in the lounge here of the Fondation. I wish you all a very inspiring conference, and please allow me now to introduce Dubravka Šuica. She was nominated as a candidate for European Commissioner from Croatia, and she was assigned the role of Vice President for Democracy and Demography as of 1st of December 2019 in the von der Leyen Commission. In that role, she is leading the Commission's work on deliberative democracy and vice-chairing the Conference on the Future of Europe, which gives people a say on how the EU is to be run and how it should look like in the future. And as you know, this conference is also nearing the end of its works. We are very pleased to have received a video message from her, so I'm very happy to give her now the floor, or should I say, the screen. Thank you very much.
As the European Commission Vice President for Democracy and Demography, I am impressed at Reconnect's achievements over its 4-year project. Your work brings together researchers across 18 universities in 14 member states and also non-EU countries. Your work contributes to building a new narrative for and between the European Union and its citizens. Reconciling the European Union with its citizens through democracy and the rule of law is part of what we in the European Commission work on every day. Today, we do it in the context of the largest ever exercise in deliberative democracy, the Conference on the Future of Europe. The conference itself takes place against the backdrop of the COVID-19 pandemic and the tragedy of aggressive war in Ukraine. Both are transformative for our societies and democracy. Now, more than ever, we must provide citizens with a safe, open and transparent public space to engage with their democracy. A resilient democracy requires strong institutions and structures and, of course, active, engaged citizens. It means having the ability to evolve and respond to the needs of citizens using all the tools at our disposal. Because democracy itself is not static, we must find different ways to get to know our citizens better, to establish trust, to establish solidarity, including across generations, to have a frank exchange on how we can work better together. The Conference on the Future of Europe is an example of deepening citizen engagement at the European level through deliberative democracy practices. That is also why last year the Commission set up a competence center on participatory and deliberative democracy. It aims to raise awareness and build capacity on deliberative practices among European Union institutions, member states, and research and policy organizations. We are also supporting research to advance the knowledge bases about democracy, its challenges, and its transformations. Reconnect is one among many projects funded by Horizon 2020. Several future Horizon Europe research calls will aim at supporting research on protecting democracy and participatory governance styles across political cultures. Citizens are at the heart of the conference process. From the beginning of the conference, I have trusted citizens to deliver. Their input into the multilingual digital platform, the European Citizens Panel, and the plenary is the basis of our work. The Commission's priority is to ensure that citizens are heard and feel included as full partners in the deliberations. The core idea of the Conference on the Future of Europe is that deliberations about the future of the European Union take place at all levels, across borders and across languages, across cultures and histories, leaving no one and nowhere behind. European Union policymaking is not simply top-down. Through the conference, we are engaged in an exercise bringing us closer to citizens. However, the Kremlin is launching military action against Ukrainian citizens that have voiced their European aspirations. We see this as also being an attack on our democracy, on our values, on our aspirations, and on our way of life. We can never take our democracy for granted. We have to work on it together every day at all levels. A healthy democracy relies on citizen engagement, and not only at election times. The Conference on the Future of Europe has shown us that the period between elections is one rich with ideas. All 4 European citizens panels have finished their work. They have come up with 178 recommendations on a wide array of topics for our future. The plenary last met on the weekend of 8th April to fine-tune the recommendations into proposals. On 29th to 30th April, we will have a final plenary and conclude this phase of the conference on the 9th of May with a high-level political event to present the outcomes. A clear message from citizens across all topics is that they want citizens' assemblies and more participatory tools to be integrated into European Union policy making. When it comes to democracy and institutional governance, there too citizens put forward ambitious proposals. All aim at making the bodies and institutions of the European Union more accountable, more transparent and responsive. We are at a decisive stage of the conference. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, I want to emphasize how important it is that citizens recognize their efforts and input in the proposals coming out of the conference. This gives legitimacy to the whole process of the conference. As this phase of the conference comes to a close, the work does not stop. The success of the conference will be measured on the concrete results that we can deliver for our citizens. The European Commission has committed to follow up swiftly to the conference conclusions. And I count on your continued engagement as we start into the next phase of the conference after the 9th of May. The building of democratic connections, legitimacy, and trust helps reinforce our democracy at home and abroad for current and future generations. The Conference on the Future of Europe is a vital step in making our democracy fit for the future. The European Union was able to build the basis for the next generation of Europeans to have the same peace and same prosperity that those of my generation aspired to and achieved. Current events in Ukraine remind us of this. We can never take our democracy for granted. We need a rich contribution and participation of representatives at all levels. We must get this right if we want to build a democracy that is worthy of the name. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Anna Gora, and I'm representing the Norwegian University of Science and Technology. And I'm absolutely delighted to be here today to introduce our next speakers, Paul Blocker and Jan Wouters. And I just wanted to underline that the reports that they will present really do combine all of the research that has been done by the Reconnect Consortium as a whole over the last 4 years. So these are really the final products of our project. Jan Wouters is, in addition to coordinating the whole Reconnect project, he's also a full professor of international law and international organizations at KU Leuven, where he is also the Jean Monnet Chair ad personam and the founding director of the Institute for International Law and the Leuven Center for Global Governance Studies, the latter of which is both a Jean Monnet and the KU Leuven Chair of Excellence. He's also the president of KU Leuven's International Policy Council. Professor Wouters is visiting professor at the College of Europe, Sciences Po and Louis, and an adjunct professor at Columbia University, and he's also of counsel at Linklaters. He has published extensively on international and EU law, global governance, corporate finance, and financial law. And our second speaker, Paul Blocker, is associate professor in political sociology at the Department of Sociology and Business Law at the University of Bologna. He's also the research coordinator at the Institute of Sociological Studies at Charles University in Prague. And his research focuses on the sociology of constitutions, constitutional politics, democratic participation, and populism. And then without further ado, I would invite Paul to step up to the podium to introduce Reconnect's new narrative for European integration.
Thank you so much, Anna, for your really kind introduction. This is a bit of an emotional moment because we're at the end of the Reconnect project. And I had the pleasure, or I was actually punished, you might say, to take up the work package on a new narrative for the European Union, for the European integration project. I wanted right away to stress the fact that the new narrative is not something that I personally came up with. It has been clearly a collective, a group effort of the whole Reconnect project, considering also in a systematic manner the various research outputs that we have created. But it has also been further beyond the sort of the Reconnect research and deliverables, including, for instance, a very extensive survey with citizens throughout European countries. It has also built on an internal questionnaire where I sort of harassed colleagues trying to tease out their specific views and positions on European integration, stemming also from the research. And it was further extensively debated in 2 workshops. It was supposed to be one, but the first one was at the end of November last year in Prague, and Prague had one of its COVID moments, so we set up a second workshop last March, in which we extensively discussed a new narrative. The new narrative, in a way, really tries to respond to the core question of the Reconnect project, that is how to reconcile European citizens with the European Union through democracy and the rule of law. And the new narrative, which you don't really have yet, because I think it's not officially published yet, but you have an excerpt at least. The new narrative is set up in a kind of triptych way, 3 different components. The first part is really what you could call meta-narrative, or polity narrative, a comprehensive narrative, which takes into account the history, the past, the present, and also the future of the European project in a very specific way, in a distinctive reading of that story of European integration. The second part is really testing, in a way, the narrative in the 4 policy areas in which Reconnect has been researching. That part I won't discuss extensively today. There won't be much time for that, but of course I invite you to carefully read it when it becomes public. The third part is perhaps the most important part indeed, and there you have the excerpt. That is the future-oriented part of the narrative, which links up with EU reform, potentially even treaty change, as mentioned by Jan. And in that sense, it flows right into that second, much more extensive report on reforms, treaty changes in the areas of democracy and the rule of law. So, well, one key question remains, of course, why do we need a narrative? Why do we need a new narrative? One of the core reasons, I think, is that indeed the European integration has been from the start a very dynamic process and project, but at the same time also a very conflictive project. And so in many ways, one needs to, in a way, to reinvent the European integration, reinvent its European identity, so that it is able to speak to wider European societies, citizens, and others. And so, in a way, our new narrative tries to respond to the challenge of what you could call, some authors call it, a polycrisis. By now, a set of accumulated crises. Some of them have not really gone away, like the economic crisis. Others have come on top of that. But it also tries to speak to what you could see as a never really fully reconcilable plurality of narratives of what European integration is about. And so on the one hand, we try through a new narrative to create a pluralistic, an inclusive, an open narrative, also open to change, but at the same time, of course, we have to identify key markers of commonality that allow, not in the last place, citizens to make some kind of sense out of the European integration project, to feel themselves, and that's perhaps even a more important part, engaged part of what you could call indeed a political community. And so there, that's exactly where the narrative comes in. The European narrative should be a vehicle, in a way, for ongoing identification, but also for ongoing reflection on the European project. And so there are a couple of elements, I think, that we really want to stress in this narrative, and that, first of all, A new narrative is needed because we cannot just simply recraft narratives from the top down, from the side of us, in a way, intellectual scholars, or from the side of the institutions. A new narrative would really need to be able to include the various societal narratives as well out there, the competing narratives, something that we have extensively done in some very densely, I'm afraid, and long deliverables produced in our work package. So one element of our argument is that a new narrative needs to take into account societal ideas, positions, etc. A second aspect is that we shouldn't take this new narrative as a finalized narrative. It is clearly a dynamic vehicle for ongoing reflection on the European integration process. And exactly a finalized narrative would actually, in some ways, be undemocratic, would not allow new voices to play, to contribute to the European integration project now and in the future. And so a new narrative is needed indeed in the last place, and perhaps even also in the first place, to connect, or to try to, perhaps in a dramatic way, to finally connect European citizens to the European project, in particularly by, in many ways, reimagining, I would say, the core values that we know so well as being codified in Article 2 of the Treaty on European Union. So very briefly on the polity narrative, this comprehensive narrative of Europe as a political project, as a political community, we consider that, as it is very often stated, of course, that the European integration process is in many ways an anti-totalitarian project, a project that reacts to the immediate past and tries to overcome that past. It's striking how relevant this part is once again today. But at the same time, we consider in our narrative that the institutionalization of the European Union, and if we revisit the 50s, by the way, in terms of the history of European integration, lots of interesting things could be still said there. But if we look at that process of institutionalization of European integration, we rather see, unfortunately, a project that is less directly focused on democracy, democratic engagement, citizenship, and much more on a kind of technocratic top-down economic, and then in due course, legal project. Of course, this has changed, and now I get to the present indeed. The process of European integration has come a long way since the 50s, and particularly, as we very well know, in the 80s and 90s, we see a great acceleration through Maastricht and other dimensions. It also has seen an enormous enlargement, which hasn't still stopped. It even has seen its first withdrawal through Brexit. As we've seen in particular, and I think that's an important point to make, an ongoing technocratic exercise, but at the same time also an increasingly evident political dimension of European integration. So we see this in all kinds of different dimensions, if we would call that still the present predicament, the present position. The Lisbon Treaty is a very important marker of our current condition, the Charter of Fundamental Rights as well. And so the European project, through the Lisbon Treaty and also through the Charter, clearly identifies core principles. But at the same time, becoming more politically institutionalized has also meant that the EU has become increasingly politicized and publicly contested. This is indeed exacerbated in many ways by the various crises that we've seen, which the EU cannot really claim, I'm afraid, to have handled particularly well in some cases. In particular, I would say the economic crisis, but also the migration crisis comes to mind. So we are in a situation in which we have a deeper form of integration. It goes beyond an EU as simply as a market project. But at the same time, we see increasing politicization. We see the emergence, as we will hear later in the afternoon as well, of various kinds of critique. We used to call it Euroscepticism. Now populism is one of the identifying markers there. In this particular present moment, we also see a acknowledgement that something needs to be done. I believe the speech we heard before me by Commissioner Schwyze is exactly indicating the Conference on the Future of Europe as a reflection on the fact that Europe needs to move forward in some way or the other. It needs to change its way of doing things. And that brings me exactly to the future as a part of the polity narrative, which we suggest should orient itself towards what you could call either a democratic or a citizens' union. And so the politicized union needs to become also a democratically politicized union, particularly in current times, as was rightly stated, in which the whole idea of democracy is dramatically attacked. So big questions like whether we should keep on stressing the intergovernmental nature of the EU, as was stressed also yesterday, for instance, the day before, or whether we should actually try, as was originally the idea in European integration, to overcome, in some ways, forms of nationalist strife, forms of sovereigntism, I would call it nowadays. These are huge questions. And we, in our narrative, we suggest that the EU rather wants to take a courageous and imaginative leap forward. In that sense, our narrative, the core message is that there are a number of unfulfilled promises that were there in the 50s that are often forgotten, like democratic activism, attempts of getting citizens more clearly involved, and also, indeed, ideas of the rule of law and of human rights. But these promises, in many ways, remain unfulfilled. And so that exactly brings me to the third part of the narrative, which regards reform, which we have packaged in a slightly more popular way, or you might even say perhaps populist way, as 5 takeaways. The first takeaway is exactly that even if the EU has tried to democratize in the various Commission initiatives, etc., we claim as a Reconnect project, having this very much in-depth research, that there's still much to be done. And so one first takeaway is that the unfulfilled democratic promise needs to be taken very seriously. And I'm saying this on a personal note in a way. The Conference on the Future of Europe both shows how necessary this is, but also how little it actually reverberates in European society with European citizens. I'm asking my students all the time, have you ever heard of this? And they look at me like, what are you talking about? This is a problem. And so we stress that both the democratic nature of the EU itself, but also its capacities to monitor democracy throughout Europe, not, of course, forgetting here about those backsliding states, but many of our democracies have great problems. The Union might step up its capacities and its ways of protecting democracy in this regard. A second takeaway is that in this, we need more serious attempts, more systematic attempts, rather than ad hoc attempts, to create forms of bottom-up inclusive governance. And so a systematic inclusion of wider society and European citizens, which can be done in many different ways, and I've been following particularly closely the democratic part of the discussions in the Conference on the Future of Europe, where many interesting ideas have been brought forward. And so this could be definitely be taken up in terms of reflections on what blocks democratization in the EU. One dimension might be, for instance, also unanimity as a core principle in what is supposed to be a democratic union. The third dimension is that the EU should tap into its imaginative capacities, reimagining institutions, maybe even reinvent institutions. In the context on the Conference on the Future of Europe, one might think of a permanent citizens' assembly as a kind of way of re-engaging also citizens with European policy making, with European integration. A fourth takeaway is that we think that the rule of law needs a more robust defense than is currently the case. And in this regard, the rule of law cannot be simply seen as an institutional principle. And again, it was mentioned, I'm a sociologist, I can't help thinking of the rule of law also in a societal way. The rule of law needs to be rooted in society. It needs to be part of societal interaction. Otherwise, it actually hardly exists. And we know this from cases on the ground, unfortunately, very well researched by our rule of law researchers in Reconnect. The final takeaway then is the idea that we need to strengthen and expand fundamental rights, maybe even think of, indeed, reforming or amending the Charter of Fundamental Rights. And this is also from the perspective that a democratic union, indeed a citizens' union, needs to be robustly embedded in a widely shared democratic human rights and rule of law culture. And this is exactly what our narrative asks us to focus on in the future of Europe. Thank you so much.
Now comes the even more impossible part, summarizing 30 recommendations for policy and treaty changes. It's a bit boring, to be honest, and that's why we have in the booklet those 30 recommendations. But before going into that and showing you the boring slides with all the enumeration of those recommendations, let me quickly highlight some of the main research findings, both on democracy and rule of law. Why? Because only with that in mind, you can fully understand why we highlighted certain things in our recommendations. First of all, on the state of democracy in the EU, without any comprehensive kind of picture, let me just highlight that we found that there are significant variations in the quality of democracy, also at the national level of the member states, that there is indeed an important correlation between the development and the resilience of civil society and the quality of public debate and the quality of democracy as such. If you have a poorly developed, poorly functioning civil society, if the civil society is also, in a way, attacked by governments, if you have a poor level of public debate in which, in fact, political opponents are displayed as enemies of the people, as not as respectable politicians, then we are not doing well in the quality of our democracies. And we have found those things happening at a very worrying level. We've also some very nuanced findings about populism. We have found out that not all populist parties, for instance, are anti-democratic. But some of them do drive certain efforts to undermine liberal values. I already spoke about the deterioration of the quality, the level of public discourse in various member states. Speaking of the European Parliament elections themselves, where we had the privilege of really having a great case study, namely the 2019 European elections, we still found out through a lot of research that there is little focus in the population on EU-related issues before, during, after those elections. They are still largely what we call second-order elections, and it's something problematic, we think. On the rule of law, the main findings, again, without being comprehensive, first of all, as we have said at the previous conference on Tuesday, the notion of rule of law, the concept of rule of law is very clearly established in European Union law. It cannot be continued to say that it's fake and that every country can have its own definition. No, that's clearly been debunked by Reconnect research, but we do find lots of violations of rule of law principles in several member states. Independence of the judiciary has been attacked, political checks and balances have not been fully upheld, respect for fundamental rights, especially in the COVID-19 crisis, have become very problematic. There's also what we call the danger of constitutional pluralism and identity, where the primacy of EU law has been attacked by various national, supreme or constitutional courts in a number of member states. At the EU level, we also see certain other problems, such as, for instance, still lack of transparency. And that's why we have a separate chapter on transparency recommendations in our 30 recommendations, but also the fact that there is still not enough forceful action against corruption at member state level. So let me turn to those recommendations. We go to those as I said, boring slides. I hope they are legible at all. In any event, you have your booklet. And before I go into those 30 recommendations, let me say that those recommendations do not all require treaty changes. Some of them are only policy recommendations, are recommendations for opening a debate, a broad-based discussion, for instance, on the whole use of unanimity as a decision-making mode in the Council in quite a number of cases. Unanimity for reforming the treaties, we call for an open discussion about that, but also, for instance, on reviewing the Charter of Fundamental Rights, which, as you all know, is now with us for more than 20 years, and although it's a great document, I think some improvements can be made. So some recommendations do call for treaty changes, others are more political or call for a new debate. It's been a balancing act, this whole thing, you can imagine. We academics are, or have not been trained to write treaties. It's a very interesting exercise we went through, and I'm very grateful for our Reconnect consortium because we had big discussions, and it's a balancing act in which, of course, a certain notion of feasibility has been in the back of our mind. Now, if you say feasibility stands first, then why should you even come up with a recommendation for a treaty change? We know how hard the treaties are to change today. Do you want to go into that area? We know also how sensitive this question is for the end results of the conference on the future of Europe. But still, I hope you will bear with me that if we, the academics, an academic consortium, does not even have the guts to come up with a reflection and with some proposals for treaty changes where we really think this will be helpful for making the Union deliver to its citizens, restore trust in the Union, and so on, then I don't think we play a useful role at all. And again, feasibility itself is an evolving notion. Who would have thought that a single currency was a feasible idea even 40 or 50 years ago? So these things can evolve, and we're not writing for tomorrow. We're also hoping to contribute to future debates. The structure of our recommendations, 4 big parts, one on democracy, one on rule of law, one on the Charter of Fundamental Rights, one on transparency. Again, this is far too small to be legible, but you have your booklets. Let me quickly browse through some of the democracy strengthening recommendations. For instance, we have found that it is problematic for European elections when there are, let's say, other elections at the national, at the regional level, at the local level, too close to those elections. So we found it helpful to have something of a light coordination of electoral calendars to make sure that there will be enough voter turnout for the European elections. If you have just had a week before national elections, you can be pretty sure that there will be very low voter turnout for the European elections. We're not saying that you have to weaken the democratic debate and having, those different elections spread too much from each other. No, it's just that light coordination of electoral calendars to make sure there's a proper place for European elections, which preferably should be held on weekend rather than weekdays. Very obvious practical things. It doesn't require a treaty change as such, but it really affects voter participation. Transnational electoral lists, very obviously. It's an idea that is not new. We see it now also being reawakened by a committee in the European Parliament in the recent weeks. So we think that's going to be salutary to really lead to a more, let's say, better legitimized European Parliament. Law making is important, and we do have this strange document, the 1976 EU Electoral Act, which is a little bit of a patchwork, which has evolved in the course of time, but to be very honest, which for many, many issues still simply refers to the national frameworks of the member states. And of course, you could say, well, that's subsidiarity, but we have found really that there are such differences that it leads de facto to inequalities, to forms of discrimination of European citizens. So we think there needs to be an adaptation with a view, I'm not saying with a view to uniformity, I'm saying with a view to a stronger equivalence of national procedures for European Parliament elections. The Spitzenkandidat issue, I'm not going to go into the details. Some in the room are much better qualified to do that, but we think it has to be resolved because in 2024 we may again face the issue And what we have to definitely prevent is a form of, blocking in the relationship between the European Council and the European Parliament. Our colleagues in Lille also did great research about a novel practice of the European Commission, namely to make visits to national and even regional parliaments at member state level. And we think that's a good idea, but the recommendation is to make those commission visits more public, organize them really as interactive hearings, and in that sense really activate the role of national parliaments as a form of accountability mechanism. We go to the next slide. A couple of recommendations in which I'm not going to enter in detail regarding the Eurozone, the governance of the Eurozone, make it more accountable and legitimate. As you know, many of these reforms have been done in the crisis mode, and we all know the EU makes progress when there are crises. But on the other hand, we really think there is a need for reintegration in the treaty framework and some additional, if you say, guarantees with regard to the democratic functioning of the Eurozone governance system. Unanimity in the Council, we find problematic. And let's face it, I mean, this has been an evergreen at successive treaty changes. Maastricht, Amsterdam, Lisbon Treaty has reduced at least 30 cases of unanimity, replaced it by qualified majority. But you have to be aware there's still more than 80 cases of unanimous decision-making in the EU, including on Article 7, including on non-discrimination, including on many, many sensitive issues such as common foreign and security policy. Here, we're of course not simply recommending change unanimity by qualified majority voting, we're calling for a debate. And one of the first ones to call that, remember, at the end of its term, the Juncker Commission has also published a document calling for a new discussion about unanimity. Also, Ursula von der Leyen, in some of her State of the Union speeches, has called for that. Likewise, and probably more revolutionary, we call for a debate about unanimity at the level of the treaty reform process, even more touchy, even more sensitive, if you wish. But still, we think we have to discuss this because at a certain moment, we simply will not have enough legitimate constitutional reform processes. Then there are proposals to establish an EU democracy framework as a kind of complementary repertoire of measures to the existing ones, essentially to address the problem of democratic backsliding by member states. I won't go into detail. It's complementary to the current democracy action plan of the European Commission. Recommendation 13 is a little bit sensitive, or at least we have heard some comments about it yesterday, namely it's the idea of establishing an Athens Commission. The beautiful term Athens Commission, of course, refers to the place where democracy was born. It will not be an additional layer of bureaucracy. That's not how we see it. We see it as a monitoring body to really monitor the quality of public discourse. Remember what I said, our findings are that there is an alarming deterioration in the quality of public discourse in many member states. We think that an expert body is useful to monitor that. Last but not least, as already indicated in the new narrative, a light institutionalization of one of the main, we think, achievements of the Conference on the Future of Europe, namely a form of institutionalization of a European Citizens' Assembly where we think one should give particular attention to young people. I come to the rule of law. Strengthening the rule of law. As said, we don't need a new conceptual framework. It's all there. Rule of law components have been clearly defined in EU law, great case law of the European Court of Justice. Those of you who were with us on Tuesday will remember that we had a closing lecture by Professor Koen Leenaerts, the President of the Court of Justice, and I'm sure that you all enjoyed the great didactical force of Professor Leenaerts' lecture, in which he basically took us paragraph by paragraph through the recent landmark judgments of the European Court of Justice. So, I mean, it's great. It's all there in EU law. The main problem and the main challenge is implementation, enforcement, making sure it is going to be properly respected. That requires, for instance, that we should also have a regulatory monitoring. And you would say, well, why do you need a treaty change? Because we know there has been issues with the legal service of the Council saying you don't have the competence, the EU, to monitor rule of law at member state level. Well, we say, okay, let's end that debate by having it clearly laid down in the treaties. Similar issues, area of freedom, security, and justice becomes a little bit more technical, but there, as you may know, you really need mutual trust between member states. And mutual trust, mutual recognition can only happen if rule of law principles are respected at the national level. So we call also for a monitor mechanism there. The treaties are not perfect. We have to face that. Article 7 is problematic. There is too much unanimity. There are too many veto players out there. So you have to, in a way, make Article 7 more credible and more efficient. We have a couple of recommendations in that sense. We also have recommendations about the existing procedures, which, as Professor Koen-Leenaerts has indicated on Tuesday, are really great. I mean, preliminary references, the infringement procedures. Remember also how President Leenaerts also highlighted the responsibility of member states in this whole process, not just the Commission. But so, I mean, those tools are there. There has been great practice, not always the greatest practice, but it's there. And we actually call for a note, a kind of interpretative notice, to basically make clear what the available procedures are before the Court of Justice, before the Luxembourg courts, in case of a violation of fundamental values of the EU. Likewise, a notice showing the current force and meaning of Article 19. Again, the case law was explained again by Professor Leenaerts on Tuesday, taking stock of the very rich case law that the court has produced in the past couple of years. There are a number of additional specific things, such as the idea of considering introducing specific remedies in the context of rule of law backsliding. A bit of a controversial idea is to establish also a conference that would bring together the heads of the national constitutional and supreme courts of the member states with the heads of the European Union courts, with not a compulsory jurisdiction, but some kind of advisory jurisdiction on issues like union competence. Why? Simply also to tackle the whole question of constitutional identity, constitutional pluralism debate that we have been seeing, but also the regular, let's say, problems of confrontation between supreme or constitutional courts on the one hand and Luxembourg on the other hand. We think it would be a good thing to have a forum, and in fact, those forums exist. It's just a matter of bringing it a little bit more systematically together. Findings about anti-corruption. We want to strengthen OLAF, make it possible they publish their reports to name and shame member states who are not following up on OLAF findings. Make more incentives for participation in the European Public Prosecutor's Office, and enhance also the functioning of the authority for European political parties. I'm nearly at the end. I'm going to the Charter of Fundamental Rights. Next slide, please, and the transparency framework. The Charter is a beautiful document, and it's been brought to life by great case law of the Court of Justice, but we have to face some shortcomings, and there is the scope of application, and we think that should be looked at again in order to also strengthen its effective enforcement at the national level. Then also we think it's time to launch again a broad-based process about the content of the Charter. Are there new generations of human rights we want to bring in? Are there certain of the existing rights principles that we want to strengthen? Because also the Charter at the time was a compromise result. And that we think should be a broad-based process, a convention, but also thinking again about citizens' representation and especially representation of young people. Transparency is, of course, also a very flashy subject, but we really think there are serious issues here. Only the very fact that the transparency regulation from 2001 has never been updated to reflect the changes of the Treaty of Lisbon is hugely problematic. Also, in the ordinary legislative procedure, we see lots of practices, the trilogue meetings, other documents that are being used and that are never really been available in the public domain. We think there should be far more transparency in that procedure as well. And then we really think that also digital governance, well-kept digital document registries, there is still a great room for improvement. And last but not least, in the area of international trade, where one of the case studies of Reconnect has been to look at the legitimacy of international trade agreements of the European Union. There too, we think there is still room for improvement in terms of transparency at the level of the negotiation and the mandate of those agreements, but also with regard to their implementation. That's it. That's what we recommend. And you can, of course, say, hey, I'm missing a lot of things. We have tried to bring evidence-based recommendations based upon the 4-year research project we have been doing. And we will be very happy to engage in a debate with you about those recommendations. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Professor Wouters and Professor Blocker. Luckily, we have about 5 minutes to take some questions, and I'm sure there are many. So I thought we would maybe take one question from the live audience, and then if there's time, take one question from our digital audience.
Thank you. I'm sure I should have had an opportunity at an earlier stage to have my say on the Spitzenkandidat process, but I'm going to raise it anyway. How would you propose resolving it? The recommendation is that it should be resolved, and we have a situation where, with France under a pro-European president, they drove a coach and horses through the original idea of the Spitzenkandidat process. If a different president of France were to be in the driving seat in 2024, it could be even more to the disadvantage of the European Parliament. So are we proposing as Reconnect to say the European Parliament should be given a stronger say, or pushing it back to the Council?
Shall I? Julie, you and I have clearly been watching the presidential debate yesterday evening. No, I mean, it was fascinating. It was at the same time alarming, because you can indeed imagine what will happen if that other person becomes the next president of France. Yes, and that is something which no Reconnect or Horizon 2020 project can do anything about. Let's face that. And it's the Spitzenkandidat issue is, in that sense, it's just one of the issues. We felt we needed to address the issue because it has been really dealt with, in our sense, in our view, in a problematic manner in 2019. 2014, as we all know, was entirely different, when in fact Juncker was proposed, and that basically on European Council went along, and so on. 2019, we had a person who became president of the European Commission without even ever having stood as a candidate in European elections. So it's clear that something needs to be done with the selection process, but also in the relationship, we think, between the European Parliament and the European Council. Complex relationship, because as we all know, they represent totally different constituencies or democratic kind of, basis. So we are not saying that we should favor the European Parliament as opposed to the European Council. I think we have to make them work together. And in a certain way, what we are recommending is a bit copied or inspired by the special kind of reconciliation committee that you have at the level of the ordinary legislative procedure, where at a certain moment a delegation from the European Parliament sits together with Council delegation and they broker a compromise. We think something like that should probably also be done in order to avoid really big problems at the level of the election of the European Commission President. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have 2 minutes, so maybe a very quick question, and then we'll have to wrap up.
Yeah, thank you very much. You mentioned a transnational list for the European Parliament election, and my question would be, can they be implemented in the European Parliament elections 2024, and if yes, how?
Okay, I guess it's again addressed to me. It's getting late. It's getting late because we know that, I mean, to have real transnational lists, we need to make changes to the actual Electoral Act. And the Electoral Act is, as I said, it's a particular instrument because as such it's an attachment to a council decision of 1976. But it's a constitutional document. I would be inclined to call it part of primary law, so any change to the EU Electoral Act will also require national ratification according to the constitutional procedures of all the member states. To get this all still in order before the 2024 elections is probably going to be a little bit tight. But that doesn't mean we should postpone the whole discussion. And again, I was very happy to see also recent proposals being adopted at the level of the parliamentary committees in the European Parliament. So I really would think we have to do it now.
Yep, thank you very much. And we are now out of time, but I am sure that Professor Wouters and Professor Blocker would be happy to chat with any of you after the conference if you have any more questions. And we'll now turn the stage over to our next panel. Thank you.
Many thanks to the first panel. My name is Päivi-Leena Sandberg. I come from the University of Helsinki. And now I have the great honor to invite our next speaker. He is Mark van der Vaude, who is President of General Court of the EU since 2019, I think. But he's actually one of those people who've seen EU law from many, many different perspectives. He's been a judge in the General Court. Before that, he was a professor at the Erasmus University in Rotterdam. And before that, he's also served in the legal service of the European Commission and a DG in the European Commission. So we could see that actually he has various different perspectives into these issues. And today he will be talking about the rule of law in Europe, demands and challenges for the European judiciary. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to this very prestigious conference, and thank you for all the work which your consortium has done, and I look forward to debates to come. Before turning to the issue of demands and challenges for the European judiciary, let me make 3 remarks about the topic of today, democracy and rule of law. Some general remarks before I go to the specific element of the EU judiciary. First, it must be clear that democracy and rule of law issues are issues which give rise to diverging views. Especially now you see that in some member states, the views are quite worrying. I think it's important to bear in mind that what we consider perhaps as intellectuals, as I say, the concept of the rule of law and democracy is not necessarily the same as how others look at it. I think to have this openness of mind is important. Secondly, these 2 concepts are very abstract in nature. We feel that they are important as the means to convey messages, to channel processes on various issues. Democracy and rule of law, you can't touch them. Whereas people in the countries, in the member states, will think about other things, which are more tangible. For example, climate change, income inequality, security nowadays, or perhaps even a real or perceived loss of sovereignty. So it's important to bear that in mind as well. Right? They are overarching values. They are means to channel, say, public causes. And it's very difficult to get that across. The third thing I would like to say as an introductory remark is that, we all feel, of course, that there is need to change something, and that the treaties need to be changed. In the light of the many challenges we have been facing, all these crises to which Professor Jan Wouters just referred, require a change. But is it a feeling of EU-centered intellectuals, as we presumably are here today, or is it also something which lives, say, in the member states? When I drive back home, far from Brussels or Luxembourg, the worries I have are not necessarily the worries of the people in the land. And I must applaud, of course, the efforts made by the Commission, as we heard from the Commissioner, and by this group to connect or reconnect people to the Union. Even so, all these, say, remarks being made, I think we are all aware of the difficult context in which democracy and rule of law evolve in the member states. I think we shouldn't be too contemplative about it. I think we should be more straightforward. The rule of law and democracy are precious. They take a long time to build and can be taken away very quickly. So we need to be strong on those issues. The second point I would like to make in the same vein is to say that we should not be too sophisticated when it comes to the rule of law. The rule of law is certainly not law and order. That's one thing we have to be clear about. What we also need to be clear about is there can be no rule of law without democracy, and there can be no democracy without the rule of law. They go hand in hand. Why is that so? Because if you don't have democracy, you will have authority or authoritarian persons taking decisions as they think fit. They may be right or wrong decisions, but they will always be arbitrary decisions. Arbitrariness is the contrary of the rule of law. That's why I think democracy and rule of law go together. Now, these introductory remarks being made, let me now turn to these two elements, demands and challenges for the European judiciary. Looks like a bit of a trade union talk, but I will not do that. I will focus more on say, intellectual issues. First, what is the EU judiciary? Of course, you will say, what a strange question. This person is supposed to be the president of the General Court, and he has having this identical question, who are they? Of course, there are the judges in Luxembourg, of the General Court, the Court of Justice. But not only that, and I think that's important to bear in mind, the group is larger. If you have a look at Article 19 of the Union Treaty, you will see that the EU judiciary includes national courts when they apply national law in the member states. They are the first port of call when it comes to the rights of the EU citizens, which they derive from the treaties. And the mechanism by which this all works is this preliminary reference mechanism set up by Article 267. So it's important, I think, also in this idea of connecting or reconnecting people, that judges, EU judges, are not the judges only in Luxembourg in futuristic buildings. No, it's also the judge right around the block. Why is this important to know? I think it's important to know that we act as a group, national judges and EU judges together in administrating EU law. It's important for the mutual trust between member states and the actors in these member states. That's obvious. Perhaps less obvious is the fact that if you don't perceive, say, the EU judiciary as a whole, as a body that grants rights or makes sure that you get judicial protection in the member states, that member states who are not aware of that treat their citizens badly. If I cannot get my rights in one member state because the EU judiciary doesn't perform its functions in that member state, I don't treat my citizens well. Because a citizen in a country where the rule of law works will get his rights. Whereas the same citizen in another member state that disregards the rule of law will not serve its citizens well. So those member states who don't obey the rule of law from an EU perspective shoot themselves in the foot. Now, of course, when we think about member states that disregard the rule of law, we think of certain member states. But there are various ways to undermine the rule of law, and I think that is important also for the future. It's not only a direct attack on the independence of justice, but it's also can be more stealthily done. For example, by not giving enough resources to national judiciary when it exercises judicial functions, also in an EU context. The rule of law can be eroded also in a financial way. For example, just perhaps as a side remark, the case on the Association of Portuguese Judges was, at the end of the day, about the remuneration of judges. So that's also, I think, important to bear in mind. So the EU judiciary is wider than just the courts in Luxembourg. It also includes the courts in the member states. And together, I would say they form an integrated body which controls the executive and which interprets the law made by the legislator. In fact, we should start thinking in terms of a European trias politica. That brings me to the second question I would like to address. What is this EU judiciary supposed to do? Of course, you will say, again, a strange question. First, this person doesn't know who they are, and secondly, he wonders what they're supposed to do. It's not as obvious. Of course, when there's a case, any judge will deal with it in a professional manner. And that also holds true, I think, of most judges, even judges in member states where the situation of the rule of law is critical. Most judges are professionals. My question is, however, that sometimes we expect too much and sometimes too little from judges. And I will now focus on the EU courts in particular, so not the national courts, but the EU courts in Luxembourg. I think we expect too much from the courts sometimes because of the type of cases we get. Of course, any judge sometimes gets societal cases with a delicate component and things like that, but European courts get lots of them. And why is that so? That's because of the culture in which decisions are taken. It's a culture of compromise, which is good. Speaking here in Belgium, it's a country that works perfectly well under the culture of compromise. But compromise has a downside. It can be unclear. It can also be that you don't want to push the things too far and that you leave delicate issues undecided. And that then is put on the judge's plate. Sometimes we get those issues in Luxembourg. Conversely, it can also be that in this decision-making culture, too much is regulated. People go too far in regulating things. Sometimes I see regulations with as many recitals as there are operative parts, as if there was no trust when the decisions were taken. And these ecosystems of rules, 100 pages of regulations, start to interact with other ecosystems of rules. And sometimes you see, if you make long text like that, yet you get all sorts of conflicts which the legislature had not foreseen and which judges are supposed to solve. I think that is a problem which needs to be addressed on the long term. Of course, there's nothing wrong with judges dealing with delicate issues. That happens in the United States, in the United Kingdom, in Germany, everywhere. However, my intuition is, it's just an intuition, is that the decision-making at national level is in many respects better, because at the end, or in the process of decision-making, you have somewhere a Council of State, which looks at the consistency of the case law. There was one of the recommendations made by the conference on the quality of legislation, having something upstream, a look at the quality of legislation before it is sent into the societas. So that's the one point I would like to address, the fact that sometimes too much is required from EU judges. And that could be dealt with by having a look by some kind of Council of State up front. The second thing is sometimes too much is expected from EU judges when they have spoken. And now I refer to the case law and the rule of law. The court has spoken. The case law is clear as to what the independence of the judiciary should be. There's no point to lament anymore. It's now time for the member states and the institutions to act. And sometimes you can't expect the court to go on and on and on the independence of the judiciary. It becomes a political issue. That's what I wanted to say on requesting too much from the judiciary. Sometimes also too little, which is expected from the judiciary. And then I look at my court in particular. When we think about the rule of law, we think of the member states, but there are also the institutions. For example, the point of the transparency was mentioned. That's something, issues which come to the General Court. the transparency of decision making. And there, the signals we get, and now refer to the General Court, as to the intensity of our review on what we're supposed to do in controlling these institutions is not always clear. I refer in particular to trade defense measures, for example, the relations we have with third countries, economic sanctions, or state aid issues, highly delicate issues. I think it's important that citizens, economic actors, and member states must have the certainty that when they go to a court, to the General Court, that they get, say, a treatment which is without any doubt intense. I think we have standards that satisfy that request, but I think it's an area of attention, in particular in the field of state aid. And my last point is to the things where I say, well, perhaps too little is expected, is the access to courts. We have this integrated judiciary, and at the end of the day, everybody will find his or her way to court. But sometimes it's very complex. You have to go through a national court, and then you go to the Court of Justice via the preliminary reference procedure. It's all indirect. Whereas most of the decisions, especially in the field, for example, of environment or, say, digital acts, are dealt with at European level. Would it not make sense, when we review at a later phase the treaties, to open up access to courts and to review the admissibility conditions as we have them now in the treaty? They all date from the 1950s. They have been interpreted in 1963. It might be time to be a bit more open. So that's what I wanted to say about who we are and what we are supposed to do. And at the end of the day, what I would like to say is that this EU judiciary is an integrated, or should be seen increasingly as an integrated body with these national courts that together form a pillar controlling integrated legislating machines by national parliaments, European parliaments, and the executive bodies, because it's more and more difficult to find a divide between what is national and European. It's all integrated. That happens at the administrative level, that happens at the legislative level, and that's something that happens at the judicial level. I thank you very much.
Many, many thanks. Now I'm going to ask you to stay there for a few more minutes, and then we'll see if we have one or two questions from the audience. See hands there.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for being here. Trying to refresh my memory. Is it so that if the General Court, the European Court, cannot take a case if there is a national judge or tribunal that has already taken it for some reason? You cannot have priority over a national judge. It was so a long time ago, I don't know if it has been changed. Thank you.
It's a very relevant question, because indeed that's what I meant exactly by opening up access to the General Court, because it's for the citizen or for economic actors, even for public authorities, not always clear on which door they should knock. There's case law that says that if you could knock on the door of the General Court, you're foreclosed from doing so before the National Court. But sometimes that can be a bit late. There is this case law which says, okay, you're foreclosed, but how could I know that I could go to the General Court? So it is a system where it is mutually exclusive. It's either the General Court or the National Court, but the system under which it works is not satisfactory according to my personal view. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Alberto Alemano, I'm a professor of European law at HEC Paris, an institution you recently visited, I understand. Thank you very much for sharing your own take on the role of European courts, the role the European courts are called to play in the interpretation and respect of the rule of law. And I really welcome, as a scholar, your idea to opening up access to justice in democratizing access, because very much of the litigation happening before your court happened to be the exclusive prerogative of those plaintiffs who can actually afford sophisticated lawyers who are going to be able to get access and to plead in front of your court. So opening up means also democratizing, and that's basically what the European Court of Justice has to do since 2009, which is this idea of becoming a participatory institution, because it has to be open up, and this remains pretty much dead letter. Two questions for you. The first one is, to what extent admitting amicus curiae brief would be an intermediary step to somehow making access to justice much more inclusive? Is this something that the rules of procedure today could allow? Second question has to do with your point that I think has been very persuasively argued by you, saying that over time the European judicial system has become very integrated. There is more than a dialectic between national courts and the Court of Justice. There's a sense of common identity. To what extent the Article 255 committee, which is expressing the suitability on the candidates put forward by the nation state, has been playing a favorable role towards this Europeanization of the judicial system? What is your take on this second aspect? Thank you.
Thank you very much for these, again, very relevant questions. In a certain sense, we have this amicus brief, of course, because we have, under Article 40 of the statute on the Court of Justice, the possibility for parties to intervene. Of course, the rules as to whether you can intervene or not is subject to interpretation. You could open up a bit, and that's one possibility to have more access to courts. Now, I must also say, as a president of the court, that sometimes having many interveners in complex cases doesn't make the thing easier. So that's one point I would also like to stress. So, not an invitation for all of you to come to court the other day, because then it would probably paralyze the jurisdiction. The second point was on Article 255. Indeed, it's an interesting phenomenon which was introduced by the Lisbon Treaty to have this vetting of candidates proposed by member states. This committee is composed, you heard Mr. Rosas a few days ago, it's also composed of national courts, and I think indeed it contributes to this idea. Perhaps it could be even seen as, to say, the beginning of what could grow into a European Council for the Judiciary. And that could also match one of the recommendations which Jan Wouters mentioned on having a forum for the highest courts. There is something there to reflect upon. But it's for sure, it is, say, this idea that a European judge is also assessed by his national colleagues is, I think, a great step forward made by the Treaty of Lisbon.
Good. We have 2 more minutes, so time for one more quick question.
Thank you very much. Laurent Pech. A few years ago with Alberto, we wrote an article about the doubling in size of the General Court. And so I'm not going to ask you a question about national courts and national judges, even though I would like to. But I'm just going to ask you about the productivity challenge, which essentially, or rather the caseload challenge, which justified the doubling in size of the General Court. I'd like to ask for your view whether, in fact, the doubling was justified and has he produced what he was expected to produce in 2015. Thank you.
First, of course, the genesis of the doubling goes back to 2015. So that's, I would say, it's the past. It has produced results in terms of the duration of the proceedings. I think we still have progress to make, but if you see the statistics, the duration has gone down. That's one element. The second element I would like to underline is to say the intensity of the review. That's also a point to which I just referred during my little speech. More and more cases are dealt with by extended formation. So more judges listen to your case. So you get a better quality of hearing. Moreover, a couple of years ago, and when you have a look at the academic literature of, let's say, 10, 15 years ago, the General Court was said to be, say, too differential towards the European institutions. If you now ask Mrs. Vestager whether the General Court is too deferential, you will probably have another answer to that question. So that shows that people have their day in court. And that was, at the end of the day, I think, the objective of that reform.
I think it's now time to thank Mark for his presentation, but also all the interesting answers to the question, and then time to welcome our next speaker, who is Daniel Thomas. So Daniel Thomas, he's Professor of International Relations at Leiden University. He's spent his academic life in the US and Ireland as well. But also, quite interestingly, I thought, during a sabbatical, also worked for the European Commission as an advisor on human rights and democracy. And now he's recently written a new book that came out last year called The Limits of Europe, Membership Norms and the Contestation of Regional Integration. And I think his presentation today will build partially on that book. It's called The Challenge and Importance of Liberal Democratic Values for the EU's Future. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm very impressed by the work of the Reconnect Project. As somebody who is here today as an outsider to the project and just beginning to acquaint myself, I'm really very, very impressed by the quality of the work. Now, Professor Wouters invited me to give some brief remarks on the challenge and the importance of liberal democratic values for the EU, and I welcomed that invitation. Those are topics that I care very deeply about, topics that I've been researching and teaching about for many years. And I sat down to prepare my notes for today, and then I looked more closely at the program of this Reconnect final conference over 3 days, and I realized there was really no point in me trying to say in 15 minutes what a very qualified, diverse group of people have been working on for 4 years. So I took those notes and threw them in the bin. So what I decided to do instead, on the same theme but a different approach, what I decided to do instead is to cast a critical eye on what I call the conventional narrative on liberal democracy and the EU. To do that, I draw on my own research, including the book that was just mentioned, The Limits of Europe, which just came out, but also very heavily on the work of other political scientists who work in the field of EU studies, but also other areas of political economy that I think deserve more attention from people who work within the EU and people who work on the EU. I'll tell you in advance, the result of my little survey here is not comforting, but it's, I believe, important if we want to be, it's important to be honest if we really care about the future of liberal democracy in Europe. So what do I mean by the conventional narrative on liberal democratic values and the EU? So to start, I believe this conventional narrative has two assumptions. One assumption is that liberal democratic values are part of the EU's DNA. They're present from the beginning, and they're expressed clearly in Article 2 of the treaty. You all know the language: respect for human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and respect for human rights, including the rights of persons belonging to minorities. So that's assumption number one. It's part of the Union's DNA. Second assumption: these values are not just desirable, they are essential to the good functioning of the Union. Based on these two assumptions, we observe within this narrative, this conventional narrative, that the EU requires all states seeking membership to exhibit the pillars of liberal democracy. So, parliamentary democracy based on free and fair elections, and independent institutions guaranteeing rule of law, free media, respect for human rights, and so forth. Then there's a critique within the conventional narrative that the EU has strong mechanisms for promoting liberal democracy in candidate states, but relatively weak mechanisms to enforce these values in member states. That leads to an expression of concern that liberal democracy is now under threat in a handful of member states, most notably in Poland and especially Hungary, where the Prime Minister openly embraces illiberal democracy. And finally, the conventional narrative arrives at a prescription that the EU needs more political commitment and treaty change to overcome this challenge and restore its liberal democratic identity. That's what I call the conventional narrative. So, my assessment. The conventional narrative is comforting. The EU is not perfect, but it's on the right side of history. The conventional narrative is also partially correct. The rule of law is probably essential to the good functioning of a community based on treaties and requiring mutual trust. The EU has indeed done a lot to promote liberal democracy in post-authoritarian and post-communist states. It is certainly true that the EU lacks effective mechanisms for enforcing liberal democracy in member states. In those respects, the conventional narrative is correct. But like most morality tales, the reality is far more complicated. Much of the conventional narrative is either wrong or seriously incomplete. In fact, the challenge to liberal democracy in Europe is both deeper and wider than the conventional narrative suggests. So where does this conventional narrative go wrong? First, the argument about liberal democratic values being inherent in the Union's DNA is simply wrong. It is important to be clear about this because we cannot plan our future without knowing our past. The EU has always been more than a customs union, more than an economic club. That is true. But contrary to countless statements in recent decades, the EU has not always defined itself as a club of liberal democracies. In fact, not even as a club of democracies. The historical record, and I'm not inventing this, I have spent hundreds of hours in the archives of the European Parliament, the European Commission, the European Council, the French, Belgian, German foreign ministries, and other archives. The historical record reveals that the norms defining eligibility for EU membership have changed considerably over time, sometimes as a result of intense political struggle. Now, I'm not going to give you, in this brief part of my remarks, I'm not going to give you the whole book version, but I just want to make this point clear. In the Treaty of Paris and in the Treaty of Rome, it said very clearly, as you know, of course, any European state may apply to join. Democracy was not a criterion for membership. That was not because it was overlooked. That was not because they assumed somebody else would take care of it. The papers on the drafting of the Treaty of Rome show that the travaux préparatoires looked at the statute on the European political community. They looked at the statute of the Council of Europe, which said clearly you must be a liberal democracy to join. And they chose not to include that. They chose not to include that in the Treaty of Paris and in the Treaty of Rome. Instead, there was a clear, informal, but clear understanding in those early years of the European community that democracy was not a criterion for membership. Instead, there was an informal understanding that this new community was open to non-communist states. It's very different from our current understanding. In the late 1950s, Paris and Bonn, for very different reasons, encouraged Spain to pursue membership in the new community, despite the fact that Franco was still in power. In 1961, as the community was negotiating with Turkey about what became the Ankara Treaty, which was the first statement that Turkey's future lay as a member, while the community was negotiating the Ankara Treaty, there was a military coup in Ankara. The prime minister was shot, or hung, I don't remember, but he was dead by the end of that. The European community did not break off the negotiations with Turkey. It was the military junta in Ankara that stopped the negotiations. They sent a letter to Brussels, which I've read, which said, we're kind of busy here at the moment. We'll get back to you. At the end of 1961, there was a European parliamentary report, which people sometimes look at today, known as the Birkelbach Report, authored by a German parliamentarian, Willy Birkelbach. And that report, it was a report on enlargement, and it made what was at the time a radical proposal that only parliamentary democracies were eligible for membership. But its author, Birkelbach, and I spoke to him before he died about this, and I've read through his papers, he chose not to refer to human rights because he and his colleagues within the political committee of the parliament believed that a reference to human rights was too radical, that it would not gain support across the European Parliament. In 1962, the community finally told Spain that it was not eligible to join until it democratized. But only after Paris and Bonn backed down in the face of resistance from within the European Parliament and a unified mobilization by European trade unions. In 1967, following a military coup in Athens, the community did freeze its association treaty with Greece. And by 1970, the sort of norms that we are familiar with today was established and explicit in the community, that you must be a parliamentary democracy that respects human rights. This little short history is important to highlight that the community was not born with these values. It developed these values. And by the mid-2000s, roughly 2005, 2006, those values, the commitment to those values began to weaken. The bottom line here is that the EU's commitment to liberal democracy is a development in the construction of Europe, one which I hope will endure, but it is not inevitable, and it could become just a passing chapter in our history. Second, the fragility of liberal democracy in today's EU is not largely a Polish-Hungarian problem, and it won't be fixed by measures that target individual states, however important those measures may be. Problems in Poland and Hungary are undeniably serious. But if we look further, we see that consensus on liberal democratic values is breaking down. National chauvinism and sovereigntism are on the rise across the EU, both among masses and elites. In Germany and the Netherlands, non-liberal democratic parties routinely get 15 to 20% of the vote, depending on how you count. In France, the first round of the elections a week or so ago showed more than 30% support for what I would argue are non-liberal democratic parties. In Italy, the Fratelli d'Italia party has risen from 18% to over 21% today in support. If you combine that with La Lega, whose liberal democratic credentials are certainly open to question, that's 40% in the polls in Italy. In Greece, neo-Nazis were frighteningly close to ruling the streets some years ago, and their ideological cousins in Sweden have been on the rise in recent years. In other words, there is an EU-wide problem that needs to be acknowledged before it can be addressed. So where does this problem come from? Even more uncomfortable, is it possible that the EU has actually contributed to the problem? My answer to that second question is yes. One aspect which shouldn't be ignored is that the EU's internal dynamics, political economy, and party system facilitate the weakening of liberal democracy. This unintended effect has several dimensions. EU resource transfers bolster the budgets of illiberal governments, allowing them to reward their supporters and avoid reforms. EU membership itself reduces risks for foreign investors, which further reinforces illiberal regimes. European Parliament party groups tend to protect allied parties, even when they challenge or depart from liberal democratic values. And there are examples of this on the left and on the right. The free movement of persons creates a pressure valve for illiberal regimes, removing those who might otherwise stay home and insist on reforms. I just read the other day a survey of young Hungarians found that 1/3 of young Hungarians want to leave their country. So who's going to vote in future Hungarian elections? And finally, there's a slippery slope. As more member states move away, or I should say, as more member states embrace illiberal values and procedures, there's less shame and less pressure for reform within the Union. This is referred to by somebody who addressed the conference the other day, political scientist Daniel Kellerman. He calls this the Autocracy Trap. And addressing it, it's very tricky. Addressing this without compromising other core values is not easy. But unfortunately, that's not the hardest problem we face. Liberal democracy is threatened by another aspect of the EU's DNA, one that lies deeper than its commitment to liberal democracy. And that is the EU's commitment to and promotion of globalization. Political economy tends not to get a lot of attention. I remember from my time in Brussels and from countless EU studies conferences. But I think the EU's commitment and promotion of globalization requires attention in the context of thinking about the future of liberal democracy. Europeanization is in part a local version of globalization. Whether at European or global scale, this phenomenon has two dimensions: the elimination of barriers to the movement of goods, capital, and labor, and the transfer of decision-making authority to intergovernmental or supranational institutions that are quite removed from the familiar symbols and the democratic accountability of the nation-state. And from its earliest days, European integration has involved reducing barriers and pooling sovereignty and decision-making authority in European institutions. That's why I say it is in part a local version of globalization. It's a lot more than that, but it is in part that. The world, and Europe included, tried to escape this. Oh, sorry, I skipped an important point. I want to mention here the work of the economist Danny Roderick. Some of you may know his work. Danny Roderick gave us the concept of a political trilemma. It's not a dilemma, it's a trilemma. And Roderick's political trilemma says that democracy, national sovereignty, and globalization are mutually incompatible. You can have any two of those points, but you cannot have all three, is Roderick's argument. Now, the world, and Europe included, tried to escape this in the 1960s and 70s through a political compromise that scholars call embedded liberalism, where nations could reap the income gains of tariff reductions, which are indisputable. Reducing tariffs produces national income gains, indisputable. They could reap those income gains while the welfare state protects their populations from the negative effects. And that was what we in political science call embedded liberalism. But starting in the 1980s, EU governments turned toward neoliberalism, exposing more and more people to the income inequality and the employment insecurity that comes from globalization, parentheses, Europeanization. They did this within the EU by focusing the integration project on deepening the single market without investing equally in social protections. In fact, by trusting that the market would cure all ills. And the EU did this abroad by joining the United States and others in moving the world from the GATT to the WTO. The results of this policy choice are becoming clearer by the day. A growing gap between the attitudes of masses and elites, a polarization and radicalization of political opinion, a decline of political parties of the center-left and center-right, a mistrust of traditional media as reliable sources of information, a mistrust of national and international, in our case, European institutions, and a retreat to national chauvinism and national sovereignty. The fragility of liberal democracy in today's EU simply cannot be understood without this larger context. As I said at the outset, this is not a comforting tale. The challenge before us is as deep as it is complex. So bottom line, this is not to say that the developments in Poland and Hungary, for example, aren't troubling, nor that the Treaty on European Union should not be amended, that they're fine the way they are. That's clearly not my point. But if we truly care about the future of liberal democracy in Europe, we cannot afford to be comforted by the conventional narrative. We cannot afford to focus on the symptoms while overlooking the disease. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must say, I know now of one book that I'm going to buy after this conference ends. But before that, maybe we have one or two questions. 5 minutes.
So, actually, you said that you have been to several parliaments across Europe. If Marine Le Pen is elected in France, how do you see the future of democracy in France evolving in the future?
Yeah, prediction is a risky game. Well, actually, what I said is I've been to many archives to do the historical work, rather than I've been to many parliaments. I mean, we're all watching the French situation. Is it the Marine 1 or Marine 2 who will, if she is elected, who will rule? I mean, her commitment to the supremacy of French law is a real challenge for the EU. I don't know. I really can't make a prediction because I don't know. Like I said, is it the Marine Le Pen we saw 10 years ago? Is it the Marine Le Pen? When I got my voting papers the other day, so I can vote in the second round, and I read that, and that's not the Marine Le Pen that we heard 10 years ago. So I really am hesitant to make a prediction.
One more quick question.
Thank you. In face of the weakening of liberal democracies in the EU in recent years, do you consider it problematic that countries like Turkey, where there's been no visible improvement of the democratic values, but rather a decline, to have them as long-standing candidate countries?
I missed the end of your question.
Do you see it as problematic to have them as long-standing candidate countries for EU membership?
Well, I think the Turkish candidacy for membership is sort of a fiction that both sides maintain. I honestly don't think there's significant willingness within the EU and its member states now to open the door to Turkey, even if Turkey were to, let's imagine the coup hadn't happened and the crackdown after the coup hadn't happened. I don't think there's serious desire in Europe to see Turkey as a member state. And I think we've seen the government in Ankara in recent years maintains the fiction, but is looking elsewhere. So I think that's, both sides find it useful to maintain the fiction. For Europe, it's the migration deal largely, and for Ankara, it's credits, it's a certain status, but I think it's largely a fiction.
I think Carlos would want to ask one more question. He was waving.
So thank you very much for a fascinating presentation. I may have a slightly methodological disagreement in the way you presented the narrative, particularly the historical point, because probably after 67 you couldn't really speak of this lack of essential reference to liberal values within the European Union, and conditionality already was there since the early 70s, and we know that very well in Spain, Portugal, and Greece, and it worked a very important point there. But my question is precisely taken from that, the learning mechanism that exists within the European Union. I think that will be the element I will emphasize. Rather than not being equal to ourselves in the 50s, we have learned a lot how to behave. And one of the things I would like you to elaborate is what we have learned about precisely conditionality. And there are people, some of them members of this consortium, that have argued that conditionality has been a relative failure. So we haven't been able to really shape countries that seek to apply for members of the European Union to become members respecting those kind of liberal values. And from here, I would like to take you to a very crucial, current, topical issue, which is Ukrainian membership. And I would like to hear your reflections on how the European Union should behave in this case, because on the one hand, we may understand the question of urgency, but on the other hand, I wonder what are your thoughts about softening conditionality in this very specific case. Thank you.
Well, clearly conditionality has been toughened again and again and again. And we've seen in a number of cases where it apparently was not tough enough. But I think it's a bit unfair to focus just on the new member states who seem to be backsliding. Because what I was trying to emphasize was we have serious problems with liberal democracy in old member states, including in some of the states that were assumed to be the best institutionalized, most transparent, most accountable democratic systems. So yes, I'm in favor of quite tough conditionality, but I think that has to be conditionality applied to all member states, not just to new member states. On your specific point about Ukraine, I would be in favor of recognizing Ukraine as a candidate for membership. I think Ukraine has made a lot of progress in the few years prior. Well, say the last 4 or 5 years. It has a long way to go, but that has been the case with many candidate states. Many states were recognized as candidates, but not yet considered ready for membership. And that's, I mean, the point I make in the book is I focus on eligibility for membership. Readiness for membership is a different decision. So there's one decision which was sort of taken at the Versailles summit a few weeks ago, where they sort of said, okay, we're going to ask the Commission to give an advice. It was a first step toward recognizing the eligibility of Ukraine. In a few weeks, I expect they will complete that process and recognize Ukraine as a candidate. I believe that makes sense, given the progress that Ukraine has made, but I would not weaken the next step, which is the requirements for becoming a member state. And then that raises interesting questions of whether the EU should have some sort of like associate membership status. I mean, there are different ideas floating around. So I would say yes to candidacy. I would hold the line on membership and continue to hold all member states' feet to the fire on liberal democracy.
Thank you very much. Okay, now it's time for me to vacate my seat and leave it to Axel, who is Deputy Director at the Leuven Center. But maybe this is now a good time when you're coming up, just to say that this is not the first consortium that I've been involved in, but it's by far the biggest one, the largest one with the most participants. And I think I will speak for many of us when we say that we've admired the way that you work, and we've admired the way you've kept the group together and actually gathered all the recommendations and the report. It's been fantastic. And now you will talk about the future of Reconnect and the legacy that it leaves to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Baby. And before we go into a coffee break, and also after very interesting discussions, we want to take a brief opportunity to introduce to you some of, let's say, the things which will remain after Reconnect officially ends. This is the final conference, and officially the project will end of April, but the project does not die in a way. And we try to develop different types of tools which will keep the project alive, but most importantly, which will keep the research results alive, and we hope we will also keep the debate alive. And in order to do that, we want to briefly show you and make you aware of some of the things which will continue for the project, which are online resources which we have produced, a massive open online course, a MOOC on rule of law and democracy in the European Union, which will be presented by my colleague Maaike. And then finally, which you already saw when you entered the room, the different info sheets for young European citizens, which we developed based on the research of Reconnect to try to connect to young citizens and also make them aware of the challenges the European Union is confronted with, and to make them knowledge about the core concepts of the project. Very quickly on the online tools. Reconnect, as you know, is a European project, and European projects produce a lot of research reports, research results, papers, and so on. And we will try to keep all these elements, all these papers online available. And you see here what we produced in the last 48 months. It will not stop here. Many people are still publishing, but especially the 59 reports will remain publicly available, open for everybody, and they are really the testimony of the rich research which has been done. We have organized many events, virtual, not only due to COVID. We were doing that before COVID because we believe that webinars and online tools are very helpful to keep the debate going and to really enable people also to watch some of the discussions after the live event took place. And we had webinars on specific issues like rule of law conditionality, but we also organized webinar series on democracy and rule of law backsliding, not only in Europe, but in other parts of the world. We had a webinar series on the conference on the future of the European Union, and we had several high-level public lectures which touched upon the core concept and the core ideas of the projects. They remain available, and we will see, and we see when we follow who is watching them, that a lot of people are still going back to these resources to also enter the discussion. Then finally, we have a very rich series of blogs, and the blog series which we developed is actually, on the one hand, a means for Reconnect to really, in a very concise way, try to convey the key messages which we found in the research, but also to discuss ongoing and topical issues as they were happening in the course of the project. And these blogs will also remain available and online. All this is pulled together on our website, so I really encourage you all to visit our website and to really also consult all the rich material. That's only one part, that's the online resources. I now give the floor to Maaike to present our massive open online course, which will also still run for a couple of years. Maaike, you can come here.
Okay. Hi everyone, thank you Axel for the introduction. I will now shortly present the Reconnect Mooc to you. So the Reconnect Mooc is a massive open online course on rule of law and democracy in Europe. And it is one of the ways in which Reconnect has tried to engage with EU and non-EU citizens on all matters concerning the European Union, democracy and the rule of law. And as you can see on the slide, the main goals of the massive open online course were to educate and engage with citizens on a number of topics, like, for example, their general understanding of the EU, the concepts of democracy and the rule of law, the EU institutions and what their roles and tools are in the democracy and rule of law crisis, and then also the main challenges faced by democracy and the rule of law in some key EU policy areas like trade or migration or COVID-19. The target audience of our Mooc are EU and non-EU citizens of all ages and all educational levels. It is an introductory course, so it can basically be followed by anyone, anywhere, anytime. Then the Mooc is run on the edX platform, and it has had 2 successful runs so far, and we are currently on our 3rd run. After the end of the project, to keep on engaging with citizens, we will also do a 4th run and maybe even a 5th run. As you can see, the first run was an instructor-paced run, meaning that learners had to follow the Mooc at a fixed pace, and one module would go live each week, and then they would have to complete that module before moving on to the next one. But the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th run are all self-paced MOOCs, meaning that the course material is available for a long period of time and that they can follow the course at their own pace. When they have completed all of the materials, so when they have done all the exercises and the final exam, they can also receive an official Mooc certificate. Now, the Mooc in numbers. So over the course of 3 runs, we have been able to achieve 4,170 learners, but this number is still rising every day. And in total, these learners represent 99 countries worldwide, which means that our Mooc is reaching citizens far beyond the borders of the EU. And you can see that the top 5 countries of registration are slightly different for each run. So in the first run, most of our learners were based in Belgium, the UK, Turkey, the US, and the Netherlands. But in the second run, we managed to reach a lot of people in Poland, then Belgium, the UK, the US, and Italy. And in the third run, it was once again Belgium, the UK, Turkey, the US, and Italy. In terms of gender, our learner base is predominantly female with 60.8%. 38% was male and 1.2% identified as other. And the median learner age is 26, so we mainly reach very young citizens of the European Union and beyond the European Union. Then the Mooc consists of 6 modules and a final exam, and each module is composed of various videos, exercises, discussion sessions, and testimonials. And the main focus on the Mooc is to create interaction between citizens, but also between citizens and the project, and citizens and the EU. And you can see on the slide one of the discussion assignments that is present in the Mooc. So we would, for example, ask learners, according to you, how could the EU strengthen its identity in the future? And then they can reflect on this question and debate amongst themselves in the discussion forum. And of course, the Mooc also features a lot of experts of the Reconnect Consortium, many of whom are present in the room right now. So we really have a distinguished set of instructors for all of the videos in the Mooc. And I think that was all on the Mooc already, so I will now pass the floor to Yelinda to give us some more information on the info sheets.
While entering here, you might all have seen the educational materials. There are 2 copies. One is for, it's a collection of the info sheets for younger children, and the other one is a collection of the 10 info sheets for older students. But what are these info sheets? So we were, since the beginning, while developing the project as such, which is about reconciling EU citizens with the EU institutions, we were thinking about which citizens. So is it older people, so after, let's say, adults, or is it also children? So, and then during the duration of the project, at several points, we were asked to do more about delivering the message of what is the EU, what are the EU institutions doing, what is their role, what do they promote to different ages. So Reconnect has developed info sheets for students for primary and secondary school to help them learn more about the core values and the key topics of interest of the project, but which include, therefore, the EU, what is democracy, what are human rights, what is the rule of law, children's rights, migration, climate change, and others. These were developed, the way these were developed was in collaboration between the Bingham Center for the Rule of Law and KU Leuven, with the involvement of a designer that managed to make the text more appealing to younger ages. So this was the idea of targeting younger generation of Europeans and young people living in the EU through the production of these educational materials. So we see these as a series of educational materials that are the primary vehicle for youth engagement in the Reconnect project, and in involving younger citizens in discussions about the European Union, the meaning and the importance of the core concepts of and core values of the EU, such as the rule of law and democracy. So, depending on reading ability, The info sheets can be read by students independently or also serve as a basis for discussion in schools. So with a teacher leading a class discussion, and therefore they can be used in this version. They are also downloadable online, both in PDF versions, but also they can be accessed on the website. And sorry, I completely forgot about the. So I'm right here. We have produced 10 info sheets, 2 different age groups, 9 to 11 and 12 to 6, which are reflected in the these two printouts for younger children and for older students. And I have already mentioned the focus. What I haven't mentioned until now is that, which is related to what I was saying earlier about the usage of this of the info sheet. They can be used. They can be read independently by those who are interested, but they can also be used in class. And therefore, on top of the specific info sheets for younger children and older students, there is also a set of guidance notes for educators, which includes guidance on how the materials can be used. It includes questions for discussion in classrooms. It also includes a list of links or videos that can be used as additional material in classrooms. So on the content, we have tried to, so in the selection of the 10 topics, we made a distinction between the core concepts that are related to the project, which include what is the EU, what are my rights as an EU citizen, what are human rights, what is the rule of law, and what is democracy, and then thematic issues, which, as I mentioned before, relate to the rights of children, migration, what is the EU doing about migration, climate change, use of media and especially online security, and education and training. So because of time limitation, I won't have the time to go into the substance of each of the 10 topics, but you have the printouts in front of you. I just wanted to give you a couple of examples of what these educational materials contain. For instance, what is the European Union? It's the first topic. We explain that in a simple language that the EU is a group of 27 member countries. The EU stands for European Union. The EU operates a little bit, we say, like a country, so it has its own values, it has a flag, it has a bank, a central bank, it has its banknotes and coins, and a parliament and a court. And all the citizens of the member countries are also EU citizens, and they are called EU citizens. Someone was asking, how did you test this? Well, my colleagues at the Bingham Center, they tested it with their kids. They fall within the different age groups. I tested them through the kids of a friend who are not English native speakers. So that was an additional test that made it possible for us to simplify the language to the level that the substance wasn't, the substance still remained there. So then something else that is addressed in this first info sheet, how was the EU created? I've given there an example of the info sheets. Or what are the EU values? There is a list of EU values that is explained in the info sheet. It explains what is human dignity, why is that relevant, what is freedom, democracy, the rule of law, etc. There are other topics also that are included in the info sheets, which is how can the rule of law help us? So why is it relevant on a daily basis? How is the rule of law important in the EU? I've picked up another topic, which is the fourth topic that is discussed in this series of info sheets, which is what is the rule of law? That is relevant to the, it's a core idea related to the project. So, for instance, in this case, we explain that the rule of law is one of the key values on which the European Union is based, but then trying to make it more concrete for children, we explain this with the symbol or the paradigms of a football match, where it is important that there are rules, that all rules are applied equally to both teams, that if something, if there is a wrong done by one of the parties, then people can revert to to someone who will make a decision whether there was actually something that went wrong or not. And so we illustrate the concept through the football metaphor, and this is more clearly than detailed in the info sheet. Still, for instance, how is the rule of law important in the European Union? And we explain this then through examples going through the different elements of the rule of law: access to justice, legal certainty, legality, prohibition, so elimination of arbitrariness, etc. The third topic and the final topic that I wanted to mention in this case is what is democracy. Once again, we tried to explain this in an accessible manner for the different age groups, also going through the etymology of the word, people power, ruled by the people, demos and kratos, including also quick facts about each of the topics in order to make it more clear, but also something that can be remembered by children of the different age groups. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So for all of you who are interested, the documents are outside, and now we really offer you a nice coffee outside, and we reconvene here at 3:30. See you at 3:30. Thank you.
Human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and respect for human rights are the cornerstones on which the European Union is built, or so proclaims the EU Treaty. Yet, these fundamental values appear rather fragile under the pressure of issues like the COVID-19 pandemic, migration, and the financial crisis. Especially the democratic and rule of law standards in several EU member states find themselves on shaky grounds. Meanwhile, the Union is also in the midst of a legitimacy crisis, resulting in a growing sense of disconnection with its citizens. How can the European Union tackle all of these unprecedented challenges? What measures could it take to continue to live up to the expectations of the people it seeks to unite? As part of Reconnect, a Horizon 2020 research project, this MOOC examines these crucial and very contemporary issues. From a democracy and rule of law point of view, we navigate the complex context that is the European Union, trying to understand the underlying problems and even lift the veil on possible ways to turn Europe's narrative towards reconciliation. Leading academic experts and practitioners explain how the EU has been dealing with these challenges so far and whether that approach has delivered. We also share testimonies from people at the center of these dynamics, offering their first-hand insights from the field. By listening to this diverse range of voices and perspectives, you will acquire the knowledge to understand some of the key political developments of our time, and learn how Reconnect aims to help ensure a future for the European Union based on its fundamental values and driven by its citizens.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm here now in a different role, chairing a panel discussion about a roadmap for rebuilding citizens' trust in the context of reflecting on the future of Europe, which indeed includes the conference on the future of Europe, but not only, as we've already seen there, many challenges on the table. We have many speakers, so what I'm going to do is just very briefly mention the order in which I will allow them to speak for 5 minutes each. And then, hopefully, if we manage to stay within the time, we have sufficient time for a Q&A, for discussion, etc. The order I suggest is we start with Birgit van Hout, UN Human Rights Office. Then Päivi Leino-Sandberg, Helsinki University, Marlene Wind, University of Copenhagen, Julia Fernandez-Arribas, Equipo Europa, who's over there, Konstantin Schäfer, University of Münster in IFOC, Carlos Closa, Spanish National Research Council, School of Transnational Governance, and then finally Alberto Alemano from Paris. Without further ado, I would like to give the word to Birgit. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished panel members, dear participants. I would like to commend all the partners of the Reconnect project, and in particular, the coordinator, Professor Jan Wouters. It is really a great pleasure for me to be with you today. And much of what you will hear me say resonates greatly with what I just heard in the last 2 hours that I was with you about the recommendations of the project. So as the UN Human Rights Office, we have this terrible acronym OHCHR, Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. We are witnessing a rollback of and a questioning of the values that are enshrined in the Charter, in the UN Charter and in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. At the same time, we are witnessing a growing disaffect for institutions and multilateral organizations. The two trends are distinct, but also interconnected. And the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has long warned of a breakdown in trust that is leading to a breakdown in values. The key question is how to reverse this trend. And I would like to offer 3 suggestions that are inspired by our common agenda of the Secretary General and the call to action for human rights. First, we need to go back to the basics, namely the opening words of the UN Charter, we the people. Too many people in the EU suffer socioeconomic deprivation and struggle to make ends meet. As inequality continues to rise, the disenfranchised have become indifferent, lost faith in democracy, and/or become vulnerable to conspiracy theories or calls from extremist parties. To restore trust in institutions, we need a renewed social contract that treats employment, health, education, and housing as human rights and not as services. Ensuring quality employment, fair wages, closing social protection gaps, addressing homelessness, much remains to be delivered. The Sustainable Development Agenda uses the term leaving no one behind, LNOB. And we need to start with those who are most behind first. This also means tackling discrimination head-on, not only individual, but also structural and institutional forms of discrimination, and historical grievances must be addressed. The EU has been making significant efforts in this area, but it suffices to look around the room to notice that we have much to do in the area of diversity and representation. This is not about asking for privileged treatment for some groups of people, but it's about removing barriers so that persons with disabilities, the Roma, people of Arab and African descent, LGBTIQ persons, and other minorities can access their human rights on an equal footing with the majority population and can meaningfully participate in decision-making processes. It is also about discontinuing discriminatory practices such as segregation in housing and education and the institutionalization of older persons and persons with disabilities. The EU has the responsibility and the power to encourage states to move in the right direction and should lead by example. Secondly, we have to strengthen meaningful participation in decision-making processes. A healthy civic space is essential for open and informed discussions about the future that we want and the future in which we want the EU to go. Without free and pluralistic media, public opinion can be easily manipulated and hatred propagated. Important initiatives are being taken by the EU to promote media freedom, protect journalists, and counter slaps. But more needs to be done to nurture and protect media freedom and civic space. Promising practices, by the way, have been documented by the EU Fundamental Rights Agency in its research on civic space just recently. To bridge the gap between people and institutions, we must also enhance consultation with civil society and move the discussion or bring the discussion closer to the people by mobilizing local governments, cities, civil society, academia, and national parliaments. Our office's guidelines on the right to participate in public affairs could serve as a source of inspiration. The European Year of Youth should further be used to strengthen youth participation in general and young people's participation in political life in particular. And our Secretary General has proposed a Youth in Politics Index to track youth participation in political life. Thirdly, we need more accountability. Accountability is a prerequisite for reconciling people with their leaders and their institutions. When justice is slow, when police brutality is not sanctioned, when corruption remains unaddressed, and when executive measures overreach, the divide becomes greater. The EU's rule of law review cycle is an important initiative, as we've also heard from the speakers, but we need a more open and inclusive debate on how to address the problems. This requires more transparency and more participatory political discussions, starting with the peer review process in the Council of the EU. Let me conclude where I started. Europe, as we often say, is not an island. It exists in the world. And the values that the EU is built on, or that it has acquired or has developed, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, are not only European values. They are universal values. And more than ever, the EU and the UN must work together to reconnect people and institutions at all levels with these shared values. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's always important to be reminded that Europe is not an island and is embedded in a larger context. So we move on to Päivi-Leino Sandberg, Professor of Transnational European Law, University of Helsinki, also Director of the Master's Program in Global Governance Law, and Deputy Director of the Erik Kasten Institute of International Law and Human Rights. And of course also and a very important member of the Reconnect consortium. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Paul. Let me begin by saying that I think one of the most fantastic things about the Reconnect project has been that it's actually looked at rule of law beyond the courts. And as a transparency researcher, I'm of course delighted that the 4 final recommendations concern transparency and access to documents. So of course, I have to talk about that. So I talk about that as a researcher who does research on transparency, but also as an end user in the sense that I make a lot of these requests for information. And when I get denials, I'm very angry. And from time to time, I also appeal them. So these are 2 real-life experiences that I thought I could maybe share. And I think based on sort of many years of trying to get my hands on information, I think there is a general argument or experience that flows from those experiences. And that argument is this. I feel that the EU institutions basically often fail to see that the treaty provisions on participatory democracy actually have real-life meaning. And that instead, as citizens, we're very often sort of allocated time slots somewhere in the procedure when we're allowed to make our opinions and voices heard. But then in other times, it's better that we're quiet. And those times, of course, concern elections to the parliament, consultations, and so forth. But my interest in influencing is broader than this. And for some time ago, I'm also working on environmental democracy and access to environmental information. I made a request, as it happened at the same time with an NGO called Client Earth, to a legal service opinion concerning the reform of the Aarhus regulation, so on access to environmental information. And what the council replied to me was that the arguments we were making about the importance of democracy, access to documents, access to justice, actually were very worrisome, because in their view, actually what we wanted to basically have access to information while decision-making is ongoing, actually gives rise to, and I quote, external interference. And the justification was that this regulation, which actually concerns the rights of civil society in this policy-making area, they had been running campaigns concerning reform in this area. And this was a problem because as a result of my interest and the interest of civil society, there was actually, and I quote, a reasonable risk that the decision to be taken would be substantially affected as a result of that pressure. And of course, to me, that raises a lot of questions about how the institutions understand democracy. Isn't that what debate during the process is supposed to be about? That it may actually have the implications for the outcome of the process. Needless to say, we have both appealed the decision. It's pending before the General Court. Another thing that I want to raise is that there's a lot of fuss now about legislative transparency that has been recently addressed by the General Court, by the European Ombudsman many, many times. And there are good reasons for that, because already during the past Parliament and the Commission, there was an interinstitutional agreement on better regulation, which basically said by the end of 2016, we should have a joint database. That makes it possible to follow legislative files and know where they are in the pipeline and which documents are available, so as to know and how to influence things while they're happening. So last week I wrote to the European Parliament and I said, I'm interested in knowing which trialogues are currently ongoing, because I'm also very interested in the Fit for 55 package and I would want to know where we are in that area. The reply I got was that there is no website that would indicate Commission proposals under the ordinary legislative procedure that have ongoing trialogues. However, if I'm interested in knowing where legislative negotiations are ongoing, I can try to construct a list, and that means that I can go to the Legislative Observatory. And then I was given some advice on which filters to use. There were 3 of them. By applying them, I was told I would end up with 151 potential files in trialogues. But each of these would need to be checked, and I quote, need to be checked individually because I would first need to find whether there is actually a committee in the parliament that has approved a mandate. Following this, I quote, you would need to check individually for each of the results of this exercise whether the council has a mandate. And of course, good luck with finding that information. And then, of course, even many of the files that would be appearing on this list actually are not being negotiated because the files are blocked. And on this, unfortunately, there is no public information. So then I was told, we hope the provided information is helpful for you. Well, it was not. And of course, I think this tells us a lot about the state of democratic lawmaking in the EU. And this is my final point, coming to the end. And I think as lawyers, we're very often very keen to think that when there is a problem, the problem is with the law and we have to fix the law. But I think in this area, what we see very often is that the law is actually quite good. I mean, the EU treaty rules on democracy, access to documents, they're quite good. But it's just that the institutions don't like them. And it's a problem of attitude. And in that sense, changing the law will not help very much. What we need to change is the institutional attitude, which is very difficult. That is ongoing. We, of course, as academics, have a job to do because we have to ask and insist on that information. The wheels of justice are slow. I have a case that has been pending for 3.5 years. So it takes time. But without that effort, I think we will be left without a lot of information that is necessary for the EU to develop towards a more democratic union. That's where I leave it. Thanks.
Thank you so much for this important call for transparency and access to information. We go to our next speaker, Marlene Wind, University of Copenhagen, Professor and Director of the Center of European Politics and Professor of Law at iCourts, Center of Excellence at the Faculty of Law, both University of Copenhagen. And it's perhaps useful to mention a recent book which is called The Tribalization of Europe, a Defense of Our Liberal Values. And I suppose your intervention will relate to this. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Paul, and thank you so much for inviting me to this fantastic concluding conference. I think I should start by admitting that I was actually part of another consortium that lost to you. So I remember years back you winning and us losing. I think you have done such a fantastic job, so I don't regret it today, only slightly perhaps. I would like to talk about, yes, with the point of departure in my book, but also in other things I've been doing, actually partly something about populism, but also about how we can and must create a better measure of backsliding democracies. And I think we need to be incredibly aware that backsliding in democracies is different from backsliding in non-democracies. And if you look at Freedom House and all these institutions that actually monitor this, they mix everything together. And I think that you need to make a distinction because the way it happens in democracies is actually very, very different. And I think we are only realizing that in these years. But let me just start out, because I was so provoked by Daniel Thomas's otherwise really brilliant talk about the narrative of rule of law in Europe. I mean, I can't recognize really a lot of the stuff you said I could really recognize and relate to. But the point about us believing that the rule of law was always there, no. What I teach my students, and I also wrote in my book, is that the Council of Europe was taking care of that when the EU was established, and it was to a high degree a bottom-up process with the federal court in Germany asking in the Solange cases for the EU to establish some rule of law. So I don't think we take it for granted. I think actually that one of the reasons why we are so concerned with it these years is that we simply cannot accept that that we were not good enough when we extended Europe to 10 new members that we had not done enough to make sure that conditionality is there when you apply, but not when you're inside. But I do agree with you absolutely that this is a much larger problem, also in other European states, and here is where I come to populism. Because one of the points I'm trying to make in my book is exactly that the breakdown of the rule of law started in the West and not in the East. What do I mean by that? It's rather provocative, I know, but I think that even though we did have Orban before Trump, I think that Trump, Brexit, and a lot of the questioning of EU law supremacy came from Western European countries, including my own, I would say. I think it's very important to realize that the whole wave of populism that we saw with Trump, Brexit, and everything else was to a large extent invented in the West, perhaps inspired to some extent by what happened in Hungary, but the illiberalism was also a Western invention in many ways. And I think that what we experienced those years was also not only a failure by politicians to act on this, it was in many ways, at least over some years, there was this consensus also among Western intellectuals, at least that's my take on it, that, well, they were elected. What's your problem? Realize it. Get real. Accept that Trump was elected and that Brexit happened, people voted, the people have spoken, shut up. You know, so that was at least my own personal experience, that every time I tried to make an argument about how problematic all of this was, I was just told, why don't you just realize that you are, you know, the elite and people want things differently and grow up. So I think that there was some years at least now, maybe things are changing now with what's happening in Ukraine and the EU, you know, starting to reflect more about what does it really mean to be a liberal democracy. But I think there were some years where it was very, very hard to, you know, to actually speak up against this. Also because our conception of democracy in Western Europe have changed over the years. It might be that we had this idea of constitutional democracy in many countries, beyond Europe as well. But we increasingly saw, and I think I can feel a little bit of that as well in your project with, you know, participatory democracy and so on. I think that we had a tendency of changing our view of democracy to being, okay, if there's a vote on something, it's democracy. And it's more democratic the people vote on something than representative politicians take a decision. I think we have seen that in many places, and it's very hard to argue against, right? I think we should argue against it. I come from a country where we have elections or referenda all the time. It's bad. It's really bad. It destroys the dialogue, it destroys the discourse, and it's always about who's lying. Who's lying to whom? It's not about what we're actually going to vote on. I also think there's a big problem in the sense that we have this idea that, okay, so we have constitutional democracies, we have courts, we can access the courts, we can complain, but we actually do have some countries in Europe, including my own, where courts play absolutely zero role. We do not have judicial review. Sweden and Finland also didn't have that until recently. The UK, this idea that the parliament rules and that courts should not interfere. I think we have not been aware of that and the differences that Europe also contains. And it's not rare that I meet politicians from Hungary and Poland telling me, oh, we are so inspired by what you're doing in Denmark with, having courts that never interfere, and, it's the parliament that decides, and if we have a majority, that's really great. Unintentionally, at least, we have the situation. So we need to be very, very careful in terms of how we distinguish between different types of democracy. Kim Lane-Schieble told me at a webinar I was at presenting, where she was commenting a month ago or something, that, what you just have in Denmark is democracy without courts. And I was thinking, wow, yeah. That's a very nice way of putting it. You could also say that we have majoritarian democracy, and it's considered to be the best in the world. I got an email this morning about whether I wanted to sign a petition about the European Federation because of what's happening in Ukraine and the reluctance to do something about it among European politicians. But I can assure you that the 1st of June in Denmark, there'll be a referendum on the opt-out of our defense opt-out. And that will definitely be no thank you if there's anybody who speaks about a federation. I'm just trying to sort of say that, yeah, populism is really still out there, and we are not even aware of how we are co-producing it as academics by not speaking up, by not being clear about the terms we are using. And a single point, because I know time is running out, is some recent research I have been doing, and which is pointing a little bit more forward than my criticism and anger that I'm expressing here, and that is autocratic legalism. It's a term invented by Kim Lane-Schieble. Well, not invented, but she's using it. I think that it tells us a lot about how democracies have been destroyed in Europe, how cynical leaders. I know there's a lot of economic explanations of inequality and all that, but we also have an identity political turn going on right now, where cynical leaders are using the law. First, they do two things. First step, they create a us and them. We are the good guys, you're the bad guys. That's the first step. Create an enemy, do a narrative that creates this enemy. Okay, so when you're there, you have captured the media by a majority, because that's fine. Then you start using the law against democracy. And it's very, very difficult for the EU or any other monitoring institution to even find out that this is going on, because if it happens within the law, then how do you measure it? How do you even register that this is happening? And this is a very specific type of backsliding that goes on in already established democracies. And this is something I think we need to take more seriously in Europe. And we need to develop a measurement tool that can take into account this kind of backsliding. I have done a small, you can't see it of course, but in doing this research, I simply, statistically measured or looked at how different indices look at the same countries and their democratic soundness over the same time period. And what we found out in this project was that, polity, they don't even see a backsliding going on. And Freedom House, very reluctantly and only very recently. And then we have the Vaude project in Sweden, that where backsliding, and which are much more sensitive to this kind of mechanisms of autocratic legalism. And that, yes, okay. They started registering this at a much earlier point. So that would be my suggestion for the future. Let's not be naive, let's wake up, let's defend democracy, and build some tools that can actually show when backsliding is happening. Thanks, and sorry.
Thank you so much. Sorry for interrupting. I do hope at least that Reconnect contributed a little bit to this to this fight. Let's call it like that. We move on to the next speaker, and I think we're more explicitly going to address the whole context of this ongoing conference on the future of Europe, which has been ongoing since last year, May, with Julia Fernandez Arribas of Equipo Europa, an organization you co-founded, a Spanish pro-European youth organization. She's, by the way, also a member of the high-level advisory group of the conference observatory of the Conference on the Future of Europe, and you wrote or contributed, I suppose, a pretty critical report on the ongoing conference. And if I'm not mistaken, you also hold since this year, I suppose, a dual BA in Law, Political Science and Public Administration of the Universidad Autónoma de Madrid. There you go.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's really a pleasure to be here. I will briefly discuss 3 points, which are, first of all, why the European Union has certain structural or institutional limitations. Second of all, how these limitations have led to decline in the European Union's legitimacy. And thirdly and finally, how can we strengthen the European Union's legitimacy by way of the participatory democracy in the European Union. The crisis that the European Union has had to tackle in the recent decade or so have highlighted the institutional and structural deficiencies of the European Union. We have seen that it presents certain, or it lacks, best to say, certain tools and powers in order to be able to properly tackle or handle this crisis that it has faced. And this is a consequence that the lack of these powers has led to the citizens' perception that the European Union has not sufficiently or properly handled this crisis. The problem is that the European Union's legitimacy is mostly based or mostly understood as an output legitimacy. This is its capacity to deliver. And precisely because in the recent decade, the European Union, as perceived by citizens, has not been able to deliver properly, the consequence of these limitations has been that the legitimacy of the European Union has declined. To prevent this issue from becoming existential for the European Union, we need to outsource the legitimacy of the European Union. We need to shift the focus from the output legitimacy of the European Union to the input legitimacy of the European Union by creating a permanent mechanism of citizens' participation or by strengthening this participatory dimension of the European Union. The Conference on the Future of Europe is an example on how to do this, because it precisely involves citizens in a way in the decision-making process of the European Union. But this endeavor of strengthening the European Union's participatory dimension should not be understood as a one-time thing, which is at the end of the day what the Conference on the Future of Europe is, but rather as a permanent thing. And that is why I myself bet on the creation of a permanent mechanism for citizens' participation in the EU. But how can we do this? How can we create a permanent participatory mechanism at the EU level? Well, as Paul said, I am part of the high-level advisory group on the Conference on the Future of Europe, and we recently put forward 4 proposals on different ways in which these mechanisms could be developed. Because of time constraints, I will not get into all of them, but I would like to present 2 of them that I personally think are really, really relevant and should be considered as possible outcomes of the Conference on the Future of Europe. One of them is to create a big tent fora on the European Union's strategic priorities. As you know, every 5 years, the European Union defines its new priorities, strategic priorities, but citizens have no say whatsoever on these priorities. They are completely left out on the definition on what the European Union will do during the next 5 years. We think that this should no longer be the case, and so every time an election is going to happen again, the 5 months prior to the election, there should be a European Citizens Panel should be held in which randomly selected citizens can deliberate on which these priorities should be. And this deliberation should inform the final decision by the European Commission. And secondly, one of the other proposals that we put forward is holding European citizens' deliberation in conjunction with European conventions. As stated right now in the treaties, unfortunately, European citizens don't play any role in the development of European conventions. And this is truly a pity, because it's precisely when foundational moments take place that by involving citizens we can promote the European public sphere, or we can promote the development of European identity. So by involving citizens in European conventions, we could truly achieve what's precisely what we're searching after, strengthening European legitimacy, or the European Union's democratic legitimacy, by involving citizens in the decision-making process. So to sum it up, my very brief intervention, we need to tackle the European Union's institutional and structural limitations, and if not by treaty reform, which is not as easy as we would like it to be, by strengthening the other source of potential legitimacy of the EU, which is its input legitimacy. And if the Conference on the Future of Europe leads to the creation of a permanent mechanism of participation of citizens, then I believe it will have been worthwhile. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this, and also for sticking so well to the time limit. We're moving to the next speaker, Konstantin Schäfer, who has been part of the Reconnect project as well as a team member for the with Münster University. He's a political scientist, works as a consultant for citizen participation in Europe, and one of the tangible parts of that, I guess, is the organization called EFOC, right? Which was part also of the organization on the Conference on the Future of Europe, and particularly the organization of the European Citizens Panels. So, please take the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. It feels a bit like coming home after having spent 2 years in the project, and now assuming a new role, namely the practitioner's view now, as you said, designer, implementer, and facilitator in the European Citizen Panels of the Conference on the Future of Europe, but also as assistant of the citizens in the conference plenary, which is basically the follow-up to the citizen panels, which is still taking place at the moment. So I hope I can sketch out some of the practices that we implemented during the citizen panels, but also some of the problems and challenges that we face, and how we dealt with that. Or maybe also to derive some lessons learned for the future of such formats at the European level. So let me first talk about the citizen panels before maybe I come to the plenary at the end. So in the citizen panels, I think I want to make 4 points. First, relating to the scope of the panels and the time that the citizens had in these deliberations. So as probably you know, the number of the topics that citizens were asked to discuss were quite large. There were 9 different topics bundled together in a bit arbitrary way. For example, there was a panel with the 200 citizens involved on stronger economy, social justice and jobs, education, culture, youth education, and digital transformation. So that already is a bit emblematic for the lack of focus that we had. On the one hand, it was great that people were given topics, and that underneath these topics, they could also define their own agenda a bit more to prioritize subtopics. But on the other hand, it was too big of a challenge, of course, to answer these very, let's say, vague questions in a very precise way. So I think in the future, the lesson would be that to make topics more precise, to scale them a bit down, less topics and more precise. That is actually an interesting contrast to the time that citizens were given to discuss these topics, which were only 3 weekends, so 3 sessions that we did in the citizen panels. And this, as you might imagine, is too short, of course, to really go into a deep level of deliberation, which just needs time. It needs citizens who reflect on their own positions. Of course, it's not only an expression of own viewpoints, it's also a bit of taking into account the views of others, finding consensus. So this was definitely too short time, and I think a formula for the future would be allow more time for deliberation, but with less topics, and we're fine. And just maybe to make you aware that we're dealing with a multilingual context, so people also were simultaneously interpreted when speaking, so that also created a bit of need for more time because of time lags when speaking to each other. Second point would be the citizens in general. So I think the recruitment process, the random selection that the recruitment agency Kantar did worked quite well. I mean, they had to select 800 citizens from all countries and backgrounds in a very short time. They did that quite well, but in the end, of course, we were faced with a slight overrepresentation of highly educated citizens. As you can imagine, also those who are doing surveys will find the same problem, and also the underrepresentation of minorities and of course less well educated people. So this, of course, is a problem when it comes to the principle of inclusion, that it should definitely be a main pillar of such processes, and of course the principle of representativity. What was good actually was the focus on young people, so 1/3 of the participants were under 25 years old, and that definitely gave a plus and a fresh energy to the panels. Of course, the young people were definitely a bit shyer than the older ones, but also they were much better equipped to form informal networks with other young people, mainly due to their better ability of speaking English, but also the use of digital social media. So that was definitely great that basically the whole society with the demographic reality that we have in Europe was not represented as such in the panels. So third, so maybe as a lesson for the future, more focus on underrepresented groups is needed, and of course that will entail significant efforts. Third, the role of experts, also very important. Of course, citizens came very, let's say, very much with a blank page to these panels. They were not well informed about the topics themselves. They couldn't choose the topics they discussed. They also were not well informed about the EU, their institutional system. So that was definitely hard for them to grasp. So the experts were key for this process, and some of the experts, I think, were also sitting here in the room or on stage even, that were present in these sessions. And they could, of course, see that citizens possessed too little knowledge, which gave them a big role in this process. However, the selection process of experts was, for those who were involved, a bit opaque. So I think what was lacking maybe was an external body, like an scientific advisory body that guide this process of expert selection a bit more. And also, what I think one of the main challenges was that the expert input, although it was great academics mostly that delivered fantastic inputs, they were often not designed very much for amateur audiences. And so that is also, I think, something that we need to take into account in the future, that we adapt these inputs very much to the audience that we're speaking to. And citizens definitely would have needed, I think, a more general introduction to the EU, because often until the end they had really problems to distinguish even the main institutions, for example. What is actually interesting was that we implemented a system of fact-checking, that's how we called it, which basically provided ad hoc or on-demand knowledge and expert information. And that, I think, was a great thing that we did, and I think we should even do more of that in the future, to have less expert input at the beginning of a process, but more during such a process to answer the questions of citizens that come spontaneously. Right. And last but not least, maybe the fourth area would be some more key challenges that we have, most specifically multilingualism. So I wanted to make you aware that most of the citizens do not speak English, or did not speak English in a way that they really could interact with each other in this kind of level. So we had to do simultaneous interpretation, and that worked quite well. But of course, that it also creates barriers. People never really hear the voice of each other in these sessions. They always have to wait for the interpreter to come through. Sometimes we work even with relay languages, so that takes actually 2 interpretations before someone is heard. So that was, of course, a big challenge, as well as multilingual tools to work on text in the moment, not only time lag. So there needs to be definitely more development. We did find solutions for that, but better tools are definitely needed. And also, when it comes to small talks, I think this is also a key problem, of course, for people who don't speak English, because these moments of interacting with each other beside the sessions is key to build trust, and to maybe also talk about the topics. So that is also a problem if we don't have English speaking or people who speak the same language. Because then they tend to bond only in national groups or in language groups in the end. So multilingualism is a key to inclusion. I think that's a lesson learned. It's a key challenge for these processes at the European level, especially when we go beyond the bubble of English-speaking, highly educated groups. And lastly, for this European citizen panels, what was very interesting is the multimodality. So we used on-site sessions, was the first session, mainly due to COVID. Then we had the second session fully online. And the third session was basically hybrid, also as a result of COVID, because some citizens couldn't travel. So face-to-face events, I think, are super important to create a connection between assembly members, to also solve maybe conflicts, and to build trust, and also to finalize in the end. But I think from the online sessions, we also realized that there was little sign of screen fatigue. There was little sign of fatigue. So people actually were often also happy to be able to take part in this from their homes, from their familiar environments. So I think both modes have a future. The hybrid format actually risks to create a burst of both worlds situation, but I think from a longer process, we should definitely mix online and on-site events in the future. And if I'm not interrupted, I will just make a last point, I think a final point, on the conference plenary. And that was actually quite fascinating to see the citizens coming from the deliberations and now into this fantastic innovative format of the conference plenary, where they meet politicians and professionals of politics. And citizens were used to deliberate with each other, to solve everything in discussions. And then suddenly they were shocked that a plenary debate consisted only in a series of scripted statements that were just read one after the other, and there was no real dialogue. And citizens were really appalled by that, and they find it quite absurd as a debate format. And on the other hand, I think, for example, MEPs, for them it was normal that the actual work is done between the sessions, that they work on text, that they find compromises in informal talks. And citizens often were not so much interested, but also didn't have the time to engage in that during the session, between the sessions. So it was quite a clash of cultures, I think. And it was very interesting to see how both sides went along with that. Citizens were also appalled by a half-empty hemicycle, although actually the attendance rate was probably not bad compared to normal standards of parliamentary reality. But they interpreted it as a sign of disrespect when people would not come to the plenary, not to the hemicycle. And as a consequence of their expressing their dissatisfaction, we also implemented several measures to dealing with that. For example, giving them the possibility to make more ad hoc interactions with blue cards that they could raise, and they could just react on a speaker. And for the last session, we also, for example, make the on-site presence mandatory in the plenary for people who want to take the floor. So I think a lesson learned is both sides can learn a lot from each other in the future, and we need to break up probably some of the traditional logics of representative democracy for those future formats and implementing innovations at the European level. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. There's still so much to be said, and the process is not over, as we know. The Conference Observatory is observing. There's also the European University Institute Democracy Forum who's investigating. And so in certain ways, I suppose, these new ways of doing democracy, participatory, deliberative, still need to be investigated. And that's what we're going to do also with the next two speakers, who will reflect on the potential outcomes. There might be two important outcomes, I suppose, roughly, in very specific terms, a permanent citizen assembly, and in a wider sense, perhaps, a form of convention. And that's, I think, where Carlos also steps in. Carlos Closa, who's a part-time professor at the School of Transnational Governance, EUI in Florence, as well as professor at the Spanish National Research Council. He's done an extensive range of work also on the prior experience, which was a bit different, I suppose, the Convention on the Future of Europe. And so I think that's where his remarks will step in. Please go ahead, Carlos.
So thank you for the introduction, and thank you also for giving me the opportunity to address this audience. It's really a pleasure to meet Reconnect partners after 4 years almost, and to have this opportunity to also meet some of the colleagues like Marlene Ving that I haven't seen in quite a few times, and it's very nice to be sitting next to her. My talk, I think, is going to be a little bit more pessimistic to the previous speakers, and it's because I'm going to address the subtitle of this panel, which is the future of Europe. And looking at the specific element I want to address, which is the formal procedures for advancing in the future of Europe, my diagnosis is going to be very pessimistic. And not only pessimistic, I don't find any way out of it. I have titled my presentation something like the democratic dilemma of treaty reform, and I want to focus on treaty reform. We have produced this very wonderful leaflet, and I must say it's really good. I'm very, very impressed. We have 30 recommendations here, and I think Jan did a wonderful work in summarizing them in a very coherent way. My point is that many of these recommendations require treaty reform, and these are not the minor ones. So if we take the point of rule of law, we speak about changing unanimity in Article 7.2. This is not a minor thing. We speak about elaborating on the sanctions regime under Article 7.2, That's not a minor thing. If we go to the democratic dimension, we speak about the Spitzenkandidat process. This could be developed under a constitutional convention, that we did that in the past, but who is going to trust that with a new election in France, perhaps bringing a new leader to the European Union? I would prefer to have hard law rather than a constitutional convention. And the same if we go to the electoral field and we think about the Electoral Act. We can do that again with a constitutional convention, but I would prefer to have hard law. So in summary, my point here is that we need treaty reform for the important proposal that we are putting forward here. Now, starting from that, what can we do in terms of treaty reform? And here is where my negative point here comes. The European Union has been quite good in developing some mechanism for including citizens, and I think the Conference on the Future of Europe is a good example of that. It's a good example of democratic experimentalism. It's a good example of democratic innovation. I don't think it's a good example of efficiency or efficacy. Why so? Because any element coming from the conference will have to be harnessed to the formal treaty reform procedure. And the formal treaty reform procedure includes a convention. And we shouldn't really do away with the idea of the convention. The convention brings together members of the national parliaments and members of the European Parliament, hence representative democracy. I feel very uneasy with those who defend that the conference is a model of deliberative democracy vis-à-vis the convention being representative democracy. Hey, parliaments were deliberative assemblies. It's not different. We have representatives to deliberate, not to do something different. Hence, I would find very difficult to try to bypass the idea of the convention. That is an interesting innovation created. Let us remember that in the late 80s to draft the Charter of Fundamental Rights. So the first challenge we have here, which is the minor one, is to align the proposals coming from the conference to an eventual convention. But that's the minor thing. The second thing that we have to do is perhaps to include here the role of the national governments and the intergovernmental conference. And we know that governments tend to bypass what is coming from citizens. I will be very doubtful, and even from conventions, I will be very doubtful that the governments will be prepared to take blank face what is coming from the Conference of the Future, but even from the convention. But again, I do not consider it to be the most important obstacle. What is the most important obstacle? The more important obstacles comes when you have to ratify the Constitution or the treaty, call it as you want it. The problem we have here is that the European Union operates under the regime of unanimity, and this is a regime, if you do some kind of archaeology in the way that Daniel did in the morning, before regarding the conditionality rules, well, you can find that the unanimity was designed for a union of 6 member states. And it's a very classical rule of international public law and has been adopted without any kind of change when the union has passed from 6 to 27. The numbers are impressive. It's more than triple. But not only that, the rule establishes in what is a very important democratic element that each state can ratify the treaties according to their domestic priorities. And those domestic priorities include, of course, national parliaments, may include also referendum, may include rulings by constitutional courts that feel that they have to defend the primacy of the national constitutions. This might imply also constitutional reform process at the same time, unless other kind of mechanism and actors intervening in the process, and so on and so forth. In any case, this is a highly democratic exercise from the point of view of a polity that's conceived, as Calypso Nicolaidis will put it, as democracy, differentiated demo that concur to ratify, to approve a constitution, a treaty under the unanimity rule. But that's one way to look at it. The other way to look at this set of rules is efficacy. What do we have there? I can give you the numbers. So let's go back to Lisbon Treaty. The Lisbon Treaty was ratified by 57 chambers. Yes, 57 chambers. It was subject to only one referendum because the previous constitution was cleared by 5 referendums, two of which failed, as you may remember. It was challenged by not less than 4 constitutional courts, and it led to 1 case of constitutional reform, plus a case in which the president of a certain country threatened to veto the agreement. Under unanimity, the veto player structure that the rule establishes is huge, and it's uncertain that any change, being this a very small change, can pass these ratification requirements. Hence, we have this dilemma. The rules are highly efficient from the point of view of democracy, but highly inefficient from the point of view of deliberating, or delivering a kind of outcome. And here the question, and I'm going to close my intervention, my very short intervention with that. How can we reconcile, appealing to the title of our project, how can we reconcile democracy requirements with efficacy requirements? We cannot. We cannot. And the problem is that we are not really putting that reflection on the forefront of our substantive reflections. So we put our substantive reflections before the formal requirements. And in that way, we are perhaps moving away from the center of our worries, what is the important dilemma about the future of Europe. If we want to continue on with these reforms, changing the treaties, the set of rules that we have now are highly inefficient. And this is a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. I mean, one way of understanding your argument is that we need a revolution, but that's a personal interpretation. Let's move to our last speaker, Alberto Alemanno, a good friend of the Reconnect Project, Jean Monnet Professor in European Union Law at the École des Hautes Études Commerciales in Paris. Also very important, I think, to mention, founder of the so-called Good Lobby, which is a specific way, I think, of linking citizens with institutions and processes of litigation, for instance. He's also part of the European University Institute's Democracy Forum. Welcome, Alberto, and please.
Thank you, Paul. Hello, everyone. It's nice to see you here again after a few years. My role in Reconnect has been quite modest. I've been in the scientific advisory board, you know, those guys like sort of emeritus, watching, overseeing, and my contribution was very much limited to a couple of webinars on the state of European democracy in COVID times. So it was at the time when we were all confined. Well, as the Reconnect project winds down, I've been asked to share a few thoughts about the state of European participatory democracy. That's what I've been teaching at the College of Europe over the last 3 years. So a lot of discussions with young bright minds, and I've been also trying to popularize and practice with my little nonprofit, the Good Lobby, and trying to figuring out how this conference in the future of Europe could help us to actually take the most out of these participatory channels, which have been there since the very beginning. If you think about the right of petition, which was already there in the European Call and Steel community, in the rules of procedure, how interesting it is, right? I recently wrote a study looking how historically this right of petition hasn't been used, never been really taken up. And there are a lot of historical reasons that might explain why the EU institutions have always been reticent to actually take up some expression of popular will. And that's basically where my research is currently focusing on. So let me start by saying that after 70 years of integrations, well, Europeans are pretty socioeconomically coming together, but the political system has not necessarily caught up. So we don't have a European political sphere, we don't necessarily have European political parties, we don't have a European media space, and this renders European action very difficult to be responsive and to be accountable, and therefore it gets contested. Hence, the attempt to move from the output legitimacy into the input legitimacy. We all remember the white paper on governance back in the year 2000, which really opened up the era in which we still are in. I don't think we haven't made huge progress since that time. But we can see the mushrooming of participatory channels being created within the European institutions since the year 2000. You can think about certainly the European citizen initiatives, but also public consultations becoming mandatory. There's no European country that has a mandatory public consultation on every single initiative. It doesn't have to be legislative, which have been kind of opening up on paper many opportunities for the average European citizens to have a say in European policymaking. This really challenges conventional understanding of what European Union offers you as a citizen in terms of opportunity to influence the process. These participatory channels, petitions, CCIs, public consultation, refit platform, complaints to European ombudsman remain pretty much unknown. When you look at the overall literacy of the average European citizen, they never heard about them. And they're also very little used as a result, or even misused by special interest and groups who are very much in the bubble, who take advantage of these participatory channels in order to advance their own interests. So that's basically where we are. Participatory democracy exists, is in the treaty, is enshrined. I agree with your assessment. I think Paivi is saying, well, there's much more we could take out of the Lisbon Treaty as it stands today. We just need to shape entirely the way in which these tools have been used, have been interpreted. There's no member of the European Parliament who want to sit in the Petty Commission. Come on, they don't want to be there. But the Petty Commission is the only committee that allows you to get a sense of what's happening on the ground in Europe, how you can Europeanize a local problem into private solution. But this is not the mindset. So how do we get from this 2000 moment, awakening, we need the input legitimacy to the Conference on the Future of Europe? Well, I would say the Conference on the Future of Europe is a byproduct of the lack of a complete European democratic system. We don't have this transnational space for debates. We don't have a political space that allows us to have those conversations. So what do? We create from scratch an experiment which is basically bringing together 800 people randomly selected, relying on the input coming from this platform, but also on the plenary, which will be somehow processing those recommendations. So in a way, it is an experiment, the Citizens' Assembly, within an experiment, which is the Conference on the Future of Europe, which is acting within the other big experiment, which is the European Union. That's where we are. It's pretty niche, it's pretty elitist. There are exclusionary effects when you only have 800 people following the debate. Nobody's hoping that the Conference on the Future of Europe will mobilize millions of people. There was still some hope before Christmas, but it's not going to take off. And we are 1 week away from the moment of truth. What the plenary, mixing in an unprecedented manner European citizens and the representatives, make out of the 178 recommendations coming out of this process. This is really the $6 million question. There's no working method defined. The only thing we know is that if the representatives that have to come with a consensus, so there should be a vast majority, they depart from the 170 recommendations, well, there should be a sort of minority opinion flagging this to the executive board. That's the only thing we know in terms of working method. All the rest has not been facilitated, and I agree with your analysis. So there's a little methodological issue there. Having said, though, despite all these limitations, the Conference on the Future of Europe might leave, in my humble opinion, an important legacy for the future European democratic direction. As I said, this has been experimental in nature, but both the process and the outcome, the 178 recommendations, are there to stay. They cannot be neglected. They've been incredibly public in the way in which they were processed. I was in Florence as one of the experts. And to see these recommendations being live at the moment of publication was incredible. And as somebody who has been spending the last 20 years in a pro-European environment, it was pretty refreshing and contagious to see many people who never had the chance to discuss and talk about the European Union to be empowered to express an opinion about the EU. And these people were not speaking English. They didn't have a common language, but still they were committed to engage into that process. This is the side, the nice side. This is what we probably have to preserve out of this exercise. The EU has never managed to be as inclusive as in this little experiment, but to what extent this experiment will be institutionalized to the point of making it happen within the current institutional architecture. And I think this is the question. And methodologically, the challenge has always been for any participatory channel, think about ECIs, how do you integrate the participatory input into the representative day-to-day democracy? And this is the same challenge countries are facing in France after the Climate Convention, after the Grand Débat, same challenge we face also in Ireland, where a referendum then led the citizens' output into the overall democratic conversation. How do we make this happen? And we see already in the plenary, I think you witnessed this directly, Constantine, these competing claims of legitimacy and representation. On the one hand, you have the politicians saying, I've been elected. On the other hand, you have citizens randomly selected saying, well, I'm much more represented than you are because we are more different and diverse. How do you can actually make sense of this tension? We don't know. We're going to see this in the coming weeks. But certainly, for the time being, we could see both the ideas and the process to stay with us. So I've been often referring to this metaphor of the genie's lamp. You know, all these ideas will be out there. They will be used in the next European Parliament elections when it comes to institutional reforms, when it comes to moving or shifting to unanimity vote in many more policy issues, when it comes to sharing much more information and making more intelligible European policy and European functioning. All these ideas, it won't be impossible to neglect or to sidestep for any political party and for any institution. This probably will be one of the major legacy to somehow highlight that certain taboos, certain issues nobody wants to take care or take a position on, in the same way as the same-sex marriage or the right of abortion was in Ireland, will become part of the political conversation. So we are opening the Overton window in a way which is unprecedented for the European level. Will all of this translate into institutional reform? I don't think so. And I don't think that the success of the Conference of the Future of Europe should be actually measured against its ability to lead automatically to an Article 48 opening, also because of the reason mentioned by Carlos, not necessarily fit for purpose, but as you might remember, after the shock of the referendum on the mini, which have led to the mini treaty, to the Lisbon Treaty, to the mini convention, constitutional convention, the process that was used at the time, the convention, was then institutionalized into Article 48. So don't you think that now we see history repeating itself? I think so. I think we're going to be seeing some changes in the way in which we do treaty making in Europe. We're going to be seeing an opening to the citizens' input. And already now the discussion is, should we allow citizens to be part of that next phase after the Conference on the Future of Europe? In other words, we've been creating an extra step before the preparatory step to the opening of institutional reform. It will be a process. It's going to be a journey. It's not going to be something automatic. And I remind you a bit the timeline before closing. Next weekend, we have the final plenary, mixing all these political leaders, 108 from the members of the European Parliament, 108 from the national parliaments, and then we also have, of course, the Commission. We have the citizens' ambassadors representing different panels, and they will need to kind of deliberate on a proposal. It's just a proposal. So on Sunday, if you're lucky, we're going to go out with a proposal, and we're going to be seeing how many of the 178 recommendations are there, and how many of them actually entail potentially a treaty reform. And we saw from an empirical study I recently ran that approximately 21 out of the 178 do entail treaty reform. Most of them, approximately 120, can actually be done under the Lisbon Treaty. So if you take one recommendation after the other and you analyze them, you could see that a lot of what citizens are asking could be done by the EU or the member states in a coordinated fashion. Will they do so? Will this lead to a reopening of the policy priorities of the von der Leyen Commission? These are open questions. This is basically the political engagement that it was taken at the time. Final point, I think we're going to be seeing, and this is my prediction for the midterm, a mushrooming of competing models for permanent citizens' assembly, meaning how do we institutionalize citizens' involvement in the day-to-day institutional architecture of the EU? There are European political parties who have been preparing these models. There are some foundations that are working and promoting this. There are some academics developing these models, so I think we should play the game. We should try to get the most out of this opportunity to refresh, rejuvenate the European institutional decision-making by potentially making sure the missing stakeholder, meaning the citizen, will have something to say. It's a very balancing act. It's not something we should buy acritically. It is something we need to spend time on and having informed conversations to make sure which is the right way in a transnational democracy to have participatory input coming in. In my next few months, I will be working on this. AFCO, so one of the parliamentary committee, asked me to do some thinking about this. So I will also be doing this kind of meta study, looking at all what the other people are saying about the model and trying to figuring out what could be the meta model that the parliament will put forward. But the commission is already putting forward its own model. So we're going to see a multiplication of meta studies that will enrich this debate and potentially come up with some different ways of doing treaty-making reform and also day-to-day decision-making. I think there are interesting times. I'm quite happy.
Thank you so much, Alberto. This ends our tour de force in a way, but of course we'll now have time to debate, a Q&A session. By the way, one thing that strikes me always that citizens become then defined as the citizen or the average citizen, which is something to think about. But let's open the floor. We've had many different interventions, and there's great room for reflection. Also, I think in relation to the 30 recommendations that Reconnect came up with. So I wonder who wants to... There's a deafening sound. Cool, yeah.
Thank you very much for this panel and for the debate that we were able to follow. 2 questions, and whoever wants to answer them. The first is a bit provocative. Alemano, basically, I think what you said, Alberto, is basically that we can await a proposal. That there will be a proposal, potentially, coming out of it. My next question is, to which degree will this proposal carry legitimacy? And to which degree will this proposal carry more, and now I get provocative, more legitimacy than a proposal coming out of a simulation game of a very diverse group of students? And I'm just putting it out like this. The second question is to all of you, to which degree is actually our exercise here an exercise to understand a growing gap between an expectation, an ever-growing, greater expectation of the EU to do something for European citizens, potentially also growing democratically, but at the same time, having the problem of not only delivering capabilities, the old gap between expectation and capability, but also actually credibility. To which degree are we losing credibility by actually creating again and again institutional mechanisms that in the end, and I'm coming back to what Carlos said, cannot really work because they have to go through a bottleneck. And I would be very happy to hear your comments.
Thank you so much. I think we might want to collect a number of questions, if there are any. Okay.
Thank you. Picking up actually on Paul's concluding comment, to what extent are the 178 recommendations that are coming from the citizens actually, do they fit with the thinking of those of us who've actually sat in our ivory towers and come up with 30 recommendations? So is there a sweet spot where we could see that there are ways in which we could put forward proposals that might really resonate with the citizens, or does it look at the moment as if we're completely off track?
Thanks so much for the different presentations.
I'm trying to link in a way the sense of populism, popular resentment, Euroscepticism, to these new forms. And what strikes me is that you would expect, if you ask citizens to talk about Europe, many would be grumpy and negative. That's not what I hear being resonated here. What happened? Of course, we like to say, they're better informed and enlightened, and when they discuss, then it turns out that Europe is great. Or did we somehow lose the citizens that we should be speaking to most in the process?
Okay, maybe we could try for a first round of responses. It's a bit difficult, but there wasn't any direct interpellation, but anyone wants to react to what has been?
Well, very briefly to the first question, since it was directed to me, and thanks a lot for asking. The essence of your question is whether the proposal coming from the plenary, which might entail treaty change, will be more legitimate than a proposal coming from the average institution or the average member state under the Article 48 procedure. And my answer would be yes, it will carry more legitimacy because of the way in which the process has been shaped, because of the way in which the citizens involved into the process were not the usual suspects, but they were people we have been proactively looking for having into the room, which might not necessarily be as representative as we would like of society. We know that minority groups, vulnerable groups were not there, so there was also self-selection. But still, those groups, and we all lived it, we all went, we were exposed to the Conference of Europe, Future of Europe, were significantly much more representative and diverse than the average people engaging with the European institution. And this carries value. It's an empirical matter to know how representative they are, how different they are from the average European citizen engaging with the European Union, but certainly they are. Of course, there's been a filtering process, because that's what the plenary process is about, meaning that we will see by Sunday what kind of recommendations have been retained. And I'm linking to your question, which is really about the nature of the proposal. You can see a variety of groups, but the most interesting proposal, they are basically pushing towards further integration, but not because you have a bunch of federalists which have been selected randomly, but simply because those citizens, and also I tackle Ben's question, have been put in the conditions to have a proper conversation about Europe. But nobody was pushing them to say you should have more Europe. There are proposals actually asking for denationalizing certain competencies. There are very few. But most of them are asking to be entitled to understand a bit more about who is taking decisions in Europe, at what level and why. And you don't have to be a federalist to ask for, some basic literacy about how government work at the, let's say, European, national, and local level. This is the feeling I've been grasping, and I really think that this will inevitably stay with us for a longer time. And this is the kind of acceleration that I expect to happen because of the conference in the long term.
Sure. Thank you very much. And to all the presenters also for their very thought-provoking presentations. And to your question as does it make sense to create yet another institutional mechanism, and will that do the job? And my sense is indeed that we need to get out of the Brussels bubble, and we need to take the European institutions more to the member states, to the countries, and that I feel is more likely to have a positive outcome in terms of popular sentiment vis-à-vis the EU than maybe creating yet another mechanism or another body. But I wouldn't share your negativity in terms of the European Union, because I do believe that a vast number of people believe in the European project. We see it in the response of the European Union towards Ukraine. But we've also seen, confronted with COVID-19, how the European Union has stepped up and now created HERA, the health agency, when this was not even a European competency, an EU competency to begin with. So, I think people do see that and value that. I was also looking recently at the Eurobarometer statistics, and it shows that actually values and human rights rank in the top 3 of what European citizens care about. So I wouldn't yet be into doom thinking, but keep a positive note.
Thanks so much. We need that in these times, a positive note.
Yes, two more anecdotes I would like to share that respond to the questions, I think, at least a bit. So to Ben's, there's kind of infamous now, a member of the plenary called Mr. Beck from the AFD, who is always standing up and complains about the whole process and really tries to discredit it. I think in the last plenary it was where he signed up and said to the citizens, basically, you are all just a pro-EU bubble, and basically you were not randomly selected, actually. And so, interestingly, and I think he has a point in the way that political attitudes and orientations were not an issue at the selection and the selection process. But several citizens then stood up and were totally enraged because they felt, actually, they said we are the Eurosceptic. I am very Eurosceptic, they said. But I care. That's why I'm here, actually. So I want to make Europe better. So actually, I think we heard a lot of what you would call Eurosceptic views targeted at that the current EU is not fulfilling people's desires and wishes, and that's why they were engaged in the process. And I found quite revealing also to myself, because I had similar questions, actually. And then maybe I didn't do an analysis of the recommendations of citizens with the Reconnect recommendations, but I heard yesterday, I think, in a discussion that they were quite similar, partly. And I had the pleasure to facilitate a discussion on unanimity with the citizen subgroup. And I found this discussion was super intense and controversial, and there were all sides of the discussion. So there were people very much in favor of national vetoes and some who were on the opposite. And interestingly, the only consensus at the end was that they agreed to put in the recommendation saying we want to discuss the role of unanimity in decision-making. And basically, that's very similar to the recommendation of the Reconnect Project. So it's quite interesting, actually, to see the similarities.
You have Julia first, I think.
Okay, I didn't see that. Please go ahead.
I really enjoyed your second question on whether we are losing credibility by creating mechanisms that simply cannot deliver. I think that this was one of the main concerns when the Conference on the Future of Europe started, because we thought that we were telling citizens that the Conference on the Future of Europe, we would actually give them a voice, that the proposals that they would make through the digital platform or through the citizens panels would actually become adopted proposals at the European Union level. And us following the conference from the very beginning, were very concerned about this because we knew that this wouldn't happen, and the actual effect of delivering these promises could be counterproductive, because citizens would at the end of the day be deceived by the outcome of the process and think that they would have been sold sort of like participative illusion in a way. We were lucky because this didn't happen. Citizens did not become ever inspired or convinced by this promise that we made at the beginning, so they weren't able to be deceived because they never really thought that this was going to happen. But we are not going to be that lucky all the time. And if we expect these participatory mechanisms to continue happening in the future, we have to learn how to manage expectations. I think that that's what we should focus on in the future, to not tell citizens that their recommendations will become, legislative initiatives in the future, but rather that they will be invited to discuss issues that matter to them, and that their opinions, their visions will be taken into account and potentially inform decisions made by policymakers, because at the end of the day, they don't have that kind of legitimacy to make the decisions their own. That's my view on the matter.
Excellent. It was, by the way, also interesting, I think 2 plenaries ago, to see one of the ambassadors stand up, read a statement, and said, I want responses from politics. So a really important activist attitude. Carlos.
Thank you. So I think I'm going to take the most skeptical and pessimistic view of the argument as usual, right? So, and I think with those who think that there are significant questions about the legitimacy of this conference, it goes beyond a purely exercise of deliberation and debate. Any politician, not even a Eurosceptic, but any representative politician elected in any member state will challenge the validity of such an environment to produce any meaningful outcome. So one has referred to representative value of this conference, but representation here is measured in terms of mirroring social and economic and political composition, but we shouldn't forget that our theory of representation is based on mandates. even though they are not private law mandates, they are public law mandates, they are wide and interpretable by those elected, but nevertheless are mandates. You select people to represent you because they have a mandate. They have an area in which they have to act. And what simplifies those mandates, and is something what we know in complex democracies, are political parties. That's the mechanism that intermediates between the citizens and the decision making. We don't have that in the European Union. There are defense there, but still the European Parliament works along these lines. Now, the conference cannot claim any of those elements as part of this legitimacy. Hence, I would say that any actor operating outside this framework will challenge deeply the legitimacy of the exercise if it wants to go beyond a debate, a deliberation model. And for the second question about institutionalization, which has been mentioned, I doubt it. The convention was institutionalized because there was a treaty reform that included the convention. Otherwise, we will be left in the hands of national governments. And I pretty much doubt that nowadays there will be some kind of convention it was not established by the treaties. Of course, it's contrafactual, but perhaps those of you who are acquainted with traditional constitution making in the European Union will agree with my assessment that that will be very difficult nowadays if we didn't have the provision in the treaties. So sorry for this very skeptical and pessimistic overview.
Any final remarks? We are in the closing minutes. One thing I think that should be stressed, though, is that this is a kind of descriptive representativeness, right, of the conference, but it all ties into how you link it to decision-making. I mean, if you read the Conference on the Future of Europe rather as a deliberative exercise that would need to make society deliberate, and so to activate deliberative process all over Europe, that would be a different story, I think. And that it hasn't delivered, I think. I mean, there we could be very critical. I mean, hardly anyone in Europe knows about this exercise, and that's a shame, I think, that might need to be addressed. I think we might as well close the session. And thank you so much to all the speakers and to the people who asked questions. And we'll proceed the conference to the final intervention. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are almost at the end, but we haven't had the best part yet. That is now to come. It is my great honor to introduce our closing keynote speaker, Herman Count van Rompuy. But how do you introduce somebody who doesn't need an introduction? It is an immense honor for us to have the honorary president of the European Council with us today to close the final day of our final conference and of the Reconnect project as a whole. Herman van Rompuy has had a very impressive career in both Belgian and European politics, gaining experience in topics that are at the heart of the Reconnect project for over 40 years. Let me just recall a couple of things. After having been inter alia president of the Flemish Christian Democrats, budget minister, deputy prime minister, Speaker of the House of Representatives of Belgium, he was, from the end of December 2008 to November 2009, Prime Minister of this country. And then he became the first full-time President of the European Council from the 1st of December 2009, the day which we all teach our students was the day of the entry into force of the Treaty of Lisbon, until the 30th of November 2014. Since then, he has been doing still many, many things, including being president of the European Policy Center, a think tank dedicated to fostering European integration. He has also recently chaired a high-level group on democracy established by the Committee of the Regions, which recently adopted its final report on strengthening European democracy. And he's still combining all of these very important tasks with being a professor at multiple universities, including at KU Leuven, where he is also a honorary doctor. Throughout his rich career, Herman Van Rompuy has been, so to say, the embodiment of European values, which also resulted in him winning the very prestigious International Charlemagne Prize of Aachen, which is the most prestigious prize for work done in the service of European unification. And you may all remember that, together with the presidents of the European Commission and of the European Parliament, he received, on behalf of the European Union, the Nobel Peace Prize for the EU in 2012. I have here with me a copy of a book that we published at the end of another European project. It's called the European Union and Human Rights. And Honorary President Van Rompuy wrote a foreword to that book. And let me say just something from that foreword which really struck me when I took a look at it again. Because he says, the Union's safest bet to avoid a return to war is to use values as a counterpoint to the blind pursuit of self-interest. That was very forward-looking and even more topical today than when Honorary President Van Rompuy wrote those wise words. We are incredibly grateful for his time, and I will now kindly give the floor to Professor Van Rompuy for his reflections regarding a more resilient Europe through respect for fundamental values. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Professor Wouters, dear Jan, I have to be flattered once a day, and you did the job this evening. Yeah. Thank you so much. So I will not approach the theme I have been assigned from a legal perspective. You are an expert. But from the perspective of a political thinker and a former practitioner. We live in a time of paradoxes, also concerning the foundations, the very foundations on which our societies are established. On the one hand, individual freedom is being used in an unprecedented way through social media and through personal behavior in all areas of private and public life. Freedom means happiness, vrijheid, blijheid. Everything is possible and everything is allowed. I'm quoting. On the other hand, 1/5 of our citizens say they have lost faith in democracy, the guarantee of all those freedoms. Look at what happened in Washington on the 6th of January 2021. That did not deter many Americans enough to turn against their so-called leader. Sometimes 1/3 of the voters, sometimes almost half of the voters, vote for parties that they know will not miss an opportunity to restrict the political freedoms of others and to turn the independent judiciary into a partisan one. Most of the time, many voters are hardly aware of the program they support. But once in power, the damage is done. Le mal est fait. Sometimes it is irreparable. Sometimes populists quickly fall through the ice when they have to tackle concrete problems in our world in perma-crisis since 2008. A second paradox is that we have over-democracy and under-democracy at the same time. On the one hand, we see a fragmentation of the political landscape because the individualization in society leads to great volatility in voting behavior. Small parties then have to constantly please the voters that are left to them in order to remain popular. Parties also disappear, and those that do stay don't want to suffer that fate and therefore don't take too many risks. When it is established that governing is difficult with so many parties in government, the reproach is heard that no decisive action is taken and the major problems are insufficiently addressed. First, there was a democratic deficit, and then there is a leadership deficit. On the one hand, it is said that the voice of the people, vox populi, is not listened to enough by a mosaic of parties. And on the other hand, the same citizens do not want a leadership deficit. They want results. The dilemma I outlined of too little democracy and too little leadership is broken, so to speak, by voting for anti-establishment parties that give the impression of having a clear program and that pass the blame on the others, migrants, Europe, the establishment, etc. Social media do not only reinforce these tendencies, they also create them. They are a perturbing factor in the functioning of our democracies. They contribute greatly to a feeling of powerlessness and negativity. In a research report published at the beginning of this year by the Research Institute of the Dutch Ministry of Justice and Security, experts predict that in approximately 6 years' time, more than 90% of all digital content will be partly or fully manipulated. In such a case, it will become increasingly difficult for citizens, journalists, and judges to verify what is real and what is fake. Those who no longer know what truth and lie are will lose trust, and trust is the basis of all coexistence. The crisis of modern politics, the crisis of democracy, refers to equally large problems in society itself. The great changes, digital and global, destabilize many and make many afraid about their future. Anchors are also missed on the personal, family, and spiritual level. What is my place and that of my children in a world in unprecedented change? Today, in the post-COVID era, there is talk of a return to normal. But what is still normal? The succession of crises since 2008, from the banks to the current war, can you imagine? And in the meantime, climate disasters further increase this feeling of insecurity. Many citizens demand more protection against the threats of our time, and do not always seek it from the parties that traditionally embody stability, but from newcomers on the political market, including adventurers and charlatans. These big shocks also create new inequalities, although less so in the countries with the Rhineland model. The gap between the higher and the lower educated also explains many recent developments. Think of Brexit and Trump. But protecting people better against unemployment, precarious jobs, climate change, terrorism, corruption, illegal migration, military invasion, pandemics is a task for all governments at all levels of power. In short, nothing is certain. What will France do on the 24th of April? And if it votes for one or the other, will the president have a majority in parliament? Perhaps even not. But the bigger question is, what is the future of democracy and of our freedoms? And the Conference on the Future of Europe is actually about the future of democracy. The two are closely linked. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the EU is a unique construction that arose in reaction to the lessons of 2 world wars. It is based on core values like liberal democracy, the rule of law, and the social market economy. Its governance structure is defined by democracy being exercised in two ways. All the member states are functioning democracies based on parliamentary majorities, and at the EU level, transnational democracy is expressed by a system of checks and balances via the European Parliament, the European Commission, and the Council, catering for the dual nature of the EU, a union of states and a union of citizens. The Union is neither an international organization nor a nation state. But despite this dual democracy, many citizens have the perception that the EU has a so-called democratic deficit. There clearly is dissatisfaction with the way European democracy functions in practice. But European democracy is not the only one under pressure. All democracies are challenged from within. European democracy is about the democracy of the EU as such, and about democracy in the member states. So there is an off and an in. It is about the input, how decisions are made, how people, organized and non-organized, are involved, and it's about output, what is the result of policies on jobs, living standards, climate, security, migration, inequalities. In the Union in general, according to numerous surveys, there is an increasingly large group of people who no longer believe in democracy as a value in itself, participation of all in the common good, also because there is insufficient added value, results, output of the policies in areas that are very close to the hearts and minds, to the daily concerns and fears of people. More than ever, a strong civil society is needed to form a counterforce against fragmentation and individualization. More than ever, reliable public institutions are needed to strengthen trust in politics and politicians. More than ever, the truth needs a chance to stand against the lie. More than ever, there is a need for fairness and social cohesion, recognizing that the pandemic and other crises are affecting people so differently. National and European legislation must better protect against this divide and promote our way of life and social cohesion so that no person and no place is left behind. Another reason to be very concerned, it is particularly sad that European institutions have to take action to secure the rule of law and minority rights in some member states. An absolute majority in a parliament does not mean that one may have absolute power. The Commission and the Council now have new instruments to enforce to some extent the application of the normal functioning of the rule of law and of political freedoms. The European Parliament is watching this very actively. The current war, has shown that the EU shares the fear of Russia of a number of countries in Central and Eastern Europe. Hopefully, they now better understand our concerns about democracy inside the Union. We are in solidarity with Poland, but we must stand together in solidarity behind the treaties. And by the way, the war shows how the Union has totally different views on sovereignty and democracy than Russia. In a way, it's a clash of civilizations, but not in the way Huntington taught. Sometimes it is presented as if the world is now about a struggle between democracies and authoritarian regimes. That is the case only to a certain extent. Russia and China have never been democracies. And today the Western camp cannot count on the support of major democracies such as those of India and Indonesia, which is a pity. Democracy, ladies and gentlemen, must once again, and I'm speaking again about Europe, once again become a conversation. A conversation in which people listen to each other, in which there is a concern for the common good, in which moderation, I like that word. Moderation and respect prevail. This dialogue, this conversation must take place between citizens and elected politicians, between citizens themselves and between local, regional, national and European authorities. We must educate for democracy, better inform on policies. Input must go hand in hand with output. Decisions must be taken after the democratic conversation. This is how leaders should lead. But then they must also lead. There shouldn't be a leadership deficit. The problem of EU democracy is, of course, a consequence both of its size, resulting in a lack of proximity, and of its diversity, resulting in a lack of the sense of belonging. Within a demos, its members are willing to exhibit a higher level of solidarity and trust. That's very human. However, with increased business and work commuting, a common currency, tourism, cultural exchanges, Erasmus schemes, and even continental sport events, a European identity is slowly emerging. Distances are getting smaller and we are getting to know each other better. However, this process cannot be rushed. The younger generation who grew up in a more open and more mobile Europe makes us hopeful for the future ahead. The strengthening of European democracy at large must come from the bottom up, through a greater democratic empowerment of citizens and through local and regional elected representatives in whom many citizens have greater confidence than in other political representatives. Moreover, local and regional politicians constitute a group of over 1 million elected people, 1 million, who can bridge the distance in an organic way and improve proximity both between the people and Brussels as well as among the peoples of Europe. That conversation with citizens should be held regularly, especially about the strategic political agenda, what are the real priorities for many people, question mark, and about the implementation of this agenda. Much can be done within the current treaties to strengthen and deepen the EU and democracy. A crucial element in democratic renewal is a strengthening of participatory or deliberative democracy as a complement to representative democracy, which is and remains at the heart of our political system. We need to learn to converse again, and the techniques used in the Conference on the Future of Europe, the citizens' panels and digital platforms can also be used elsewhere. Representative democracy, which is the ultimate decision maker, must also be strengthened at all levels of power, and certainly at the European level, by higher participation in elections, certainly of young people, by stronger European parties, through effective decision-making procedures, such as the more frequent use of qualified majority voting provided in the treaties, through innovative ideas such as transnational lists and so on. Multi-level governments also contribute to a sense of belonging. Of course, the EU respects the internal constitutional organization of countries, but it can itself set an example of better cooperation with national and other parliaments and councils. In this way, the EU can better assess the impact of certain measures in order to achieve better results. And results, added value, results are absolutely key in strengthening the trust in our democracies. Many challenges of our time require a strengthening of the European level, but always in connection with the other levels of power. It had nothing to do with Euroscepticism or Euro-negativism. It's just inevitable. Many challenges of our time require strengthening of the European level. And in today's geopolitical struggle and the globalization of many problems, such as climate change, there is no place for taboos and clinging to the concepts of the past. Ladies and gentlemen, the war gives the impression that time runs backwards. I recall the famous book of Stefan Zweig, Die Welt von gestern, the world of yesterday. We must make sure that yesterday's world does not return. Thank you so much.
Dear President and Professor Van Rompuy, we are immensely grateful for sharing these wise words with us. They will resonate very long in our hearts and in our minds. And personally, I just wish there were still political leaders like you around today. But now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, students, friends, and now, by now, I count that they're only friends and no foes of Reconnect. It brings me to my concluding words. Reconnect comes to its conclusion now. And rather than boring you with yet another summary of an immensely rich day, I would like to conclude with a variation on a famous song of Lennon and McCartney. We hope you have enjoyed the show. We're sorry, but it's time to go. We'd like to thank you once again. With Reconnect, we now have reached the end. Thank you very much. And for now, I can say a warm welcome to our reception in the lounge of this beautiful Fondation Universitaire. Thank you very much.